Everybody, welcome to the stream. Holy mackerel, I actually slept like a normal person last night. Pretty awesome. I very rarely ever do that. After the stream, I worked on a bunch of videos and whatnot for an hour or two. I got some stuff copied and whatnot. I got very, very tired, which is very unusual for me because usually I'm wide awake. But then again, I had stayed up the entire day. So, since about 6 o'clock in the morning, so I was very tired, except for a little bit of a nap before the stream. But yeah, I slept like a normal person. That's if you've never had that taken away from you, it doesn't seem like much, but it is a big thing when you can actually sleep a little bit. And that's thanks to all your outpouring and love, supporting me all this time. Say, Kismet, you got this, bro. Get up every day, do what you love to do, and here I am doing it, hanging out with the peeps I love to hang out with the most, which is all of you. We're going to play some games. We're going to do some Satisfactory today. Can't wait, man. We're going to work on our Mega Factory today. Been working behind the scenes. I'm trying to take my stream to a whole nother level yet again, because you know me, I always try to make it go and make it go and make it go even better. That's why we call it the Mega Stream, right down there. Try to do a lot of that stuff. So we're going to go ahead and do some Satisfactory. Now, we're going to kind of split today with a little bit of a whole bunch of Satisfactory and a little bit of No Man's Sky. So we're going to kind of check in on our No Man's Sky. We're going to work a bit on our $1 billion collection area that we've started. And we want to kind of keep building that up and keep building that up. So every time we log into No Man's Sky, we literally make $1 billion without doing really anything other than logging off and then logging in. Boom, $1 billion. Which is pretty fun. Now, when Satisfactory goes to servers, obviously I'm going to be getting a server for Satisfactory as well. We had a bit of a problem yesterday on our Astroneer server. That reminds me, I gotta make a note to clip that and take care of that later. Astroneer rollback. Yeah, we had a bit of a rollback on the server. My awesome peeps went out and they collected tons and tons of loot. And then I thought, okay, I'll change the password, restart the server, and we'll come back in and we'll see if everything's still running. Well, when I came back in, it was like the server had rolled back by about 30 minutes. So now I need to figure out whenever I'm logging out of the Astroneer server that I wait long enough so it saves it. So it's really something that I did. It's not their fault. It's not saving at an interval. Like when I log out, it should, save the game on the server. I don't know why it rolled back like that. But that's something, that's technical things. It is, version 1.0 of private servers. So expect it to have some sort of weird problems. But the cool thing is all that stuff that we were working on and we were collecting is still there. We just have to go pick it up and bring it back to the base, and I'll have to run some more stuff and whatnot. But that's how it goes with brand new stuff like that. We have server number one, Astroneer server number one, which is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. So we'll be getting back to some more Astroneer next Tuesday, so feel free to come and join. It's very, very fun. Fantastic game. And now another game that I absolutely love is the game we're going to be playing today, which is Satisfactory. It's a 10++ and it's still in early access. It's incredibly great if you love to build, if you love to explore, if you like to mine stuff and then convert it into other stuff and learn the complexity. In the beginning it's very simple, but then it gets very complex in the later stages because you're trying to, of course, there's like two factors in the game. There's like building the actual stuff, and then there's making it look awesome. All right. And there's making it very efficient and look awesome. And you're building really fantastic bases, which I really love because I love to do both of those. You know how I like to do basic builds, and then we do the super builds, which are the ones that are just very efficient, does what it needs to do. And then we do the fancy stuff, which is the mega builds later on. We build gigantic things, make it look fancy, all of that. We haven't got to that stage yet. We're still in the super build stage, but we will get there eventually. So thanks for being here, everybody. Now I've got my awesome mods backing me up today. Game Killer on point, backing me up. Make sure to show them lots of love in the chat. Best way to show the stream some love is to go ahead and retweet. I'll throw it in the chat for you right there. You can follow that second link right there. It'll take you over to Twitter. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. For every 5 retweets, we're going to give you 500 Kiss Caps. That's how you buy tickets for giveaways and other fun stuff here in the stream. So the more of those you have, the more chance you have to win because you can buy more tickets. And of course, it's free. It just takes a second, helps the stream tremendously. And of course, it earns you potentially some loot in the long run. As well, you can go ahead and host the channel. You do what Game Killer just did right there. You go to your channel by going to that upper right-hand corner up there and you say My Channel. You open up in a new tab. And you type /host, H-O-S-T, space Kismet, K-I-S-M-E-T. Boom. To host the channel, doesn't matter whether you're a viewer or a streamer or whatever, all of it does help the stream in the long run. So I do appreciate all of that, and I appreciate y'all hanging out. Let's see what we got in the chat. We got Philip coming in, says good morning. Good morning, Philip. Thanks for hanging out. See my buddy Gabe Killer in there, chilling out, saying hi to everybody. And we got Psychedelic says, go Kismet, go. Hey, I like that. I like that. I always have to kind of self-motivate myself every day because I really just want to lay in the bed most of the time. Most of the time when it's like, oh, God, I got to get up, right? That's how my everyday is. So I just have to force of will say, that's it. Getting up today, going to make it an awesome day. Hopefully you're going to do the same. Let's play some games too. Let's do it. Okay, here we are back in Satisfactory. Now, we left off over here where our oil stuff is. Now, we're going to revamp our oil over here that we have going. We have a bunch of oil coming out from here, and I was using the oil to make rubber and things like that. But I'm trying to decide whether I want this to be where the rubber is being produced and then run it back, or do I want to go way, way, way over there, which is where some more oil is, and make that into the power. I kind of feel like the one that's further away would be the smarter idea, to just make that pure power, and then this one over here, just make this pure production. Seems like a better idea to me, because then, of course, the further away, the longer it takes to get over there, and so on and so forth. So I feel like running, producing a power area, then running a power line, which is all I'd have to run, don't have to run any conveyors or anything, is a much smarter move, which is what I was thinking about right as I was logging on today. So I feel like that's what we'll do. We'll get our production going. You can see we've got a bunch of stuff. Oh, hey, oh, that's why you don't put them on the ground level, because they suck you in there. And as you can see, we got a whole bunch of these going over here. We've got our input here, which is producing plastic, which doesn't have any power yet. I haven't really spec'd all this in. And then that's going to come from there, and that's going to go into package, or I was showing off the packaging. That's going to go into producing, using the residual thing to make residual plastic, residual rubber. And again, to do residual plastic, yeah, I don't think I have the recipes for residual plastic. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't think I do. Yeah. I'd have to have those recipes to take something and make residual fuel. Residual fuel. See, these are packaging those particular fuels here at the bottom. We can unpackage them. I always find that packaging is a good idea, but the thing about packaging is the fact that it takes an extra step, it costs you more power, it does all of that, but of course you don't have to have as many pumps to run the liquid there. You can run the solid item from place to place. The great thing about this game is there's really no wrong way to play it. You play it how you want it to play. If you want spaghetti all over the place and conveyors going up and down and whatever, you do it. And I do it at the beginning of the game just to trigger all the Satisfactory people who come in and say, "Get it! The spaghetti is real up in here!" And then later, in the middle stage, we start to clean that up a bit. And then here in the later stages, which is where we are, we try to make it really, really nice. All right, so we've got our production going over here. We want our production going over here. But before we change this, we're going to have to do that long range. We got to get over there and get that power going. So I feel like what we'll do is first take a look at what we got on us here. Oh, we got our ship and everything. All right, awesome. Let's sort that. We got a little bit of everything. Oh, yeah, we got a little bit of something there. And we need to go back to our primary base. Or maybe we should... I wonder if we should run it around this way. How far away is our coal? Let's go see. Wait, I don't want coal. My bad. Crude oil. Yeah, it's right there. But it's out there. We know it's out there. Just gotta wait for it. There it is. 875 in that direction. Now, should I go to town building my way around, or should I build my way down that way? That's a good question. I kind of feel like once we get this going, we're not going to be coming back over here very much, so to run it around that outside. But then again, we might find some other resources that we might use not necessarily over the top. And they're going to revamp that top part. So I kind of feel like maybe, because I see there's some other nodes over there. Maybe they'll probably go along here. Look, we got other nodes there. We got limestone down there. Oh my goodness, look at all this. Look at all this loot we could be tapping into while we're here. So I think maybe that's the smarter idea. Let's do that. Okay, so decision made. See, that's how I am on decisions. I'll muse it around a little bit, but at some point I just go, let's do it. Because that's the problem with decision making. Is if you spend too much time fuddling around with your decisions, it never gets done. Though you don't want to do it too quickly, where you're in the long run you'll bite yourself. Let's take all of these. Let's take a little bit of this. See, I'm kind of offloading a lot of this stuff, so I'm not so weighed down with that. So I can be really weighed down with a whole lot of that. There we go, which is cement. So let's see. I feel like we'll just go ahead and continue our road. Now, if you notice, I've got this yellow part of the thing. That is what I consider to be my road. This is probably one of the more genius ideas I've had in this new playthrough of Satisfactory, is the fact that I put the roads down first. Oh man, when you put the roads down, you get an idea of where your road's going to be from going A to B to C and all of that. It really does help a lot, so that you don't constantly block yourself in, which happens quite often in Satisfactory, that you block yourself in. Oh, what am I doing? 5. And there we go. Oh, I'm going to try to use my middle mouse button today. Yeah, see? I can sample buildings, and I can sample things using my middle mouse button. I just remembered. I just saw it down here. That was something I was trying to remember last time. Oh, because I'm right-clicking. I got to... See, I'm thinking other games. I'm right-clicking. You don't right-click in this game. You just left-click. Now, if you haven't discovered the wonderful Satisfactory, it has the greatest building in any game. Here's why. When you're building, like in 7 Days to Die and other games, you got to go over here, and if it's on the ground level, you're great. But if it's up in the air like this, and you're trying to get it, you got to get it right on the edge, and you got to just barely get it, or you got to lean over the side or get from below to build it. But in this game, if you notice these metal plates on the edges, if you roll over those, boom, it knows that you want to build that way. If you roll over this, boom, it wants you to know to build that way. And I've already got one there, but see, it already knows that you want to build there. I touch the edge of that one. I touch the edge of one that's way over there, and it knows that that's the direction I want to go. The actual subtlety of the building in here is second to none, and that's what I give it its most praise for, because the building is pretty fantastic. It's an absolute buy, this game, if you love to build, if you love to explore, all that stuff. Absolutely, I would snag it up. It's out on Steam now, so you can get it on Steam or in the Epic Game Store. Either way, it's your game. You get it where you want to get it from. That's what I say. And there we go. So we're gonna just build this road. Now, you can do a whole bunch of foundations underneath this. You can go down, build up foundations, and get it going. By the way, thank you very much, Crazy, with that host. Appreciate that. Ash coming in, showing some love as well. Thank you so much also for that follow. Appreciate it. And we're going to build a road to oil here. It's going to be a while, though, because it's going to be 800 in this direction. But I feel like if you just get her done. Now, here's another way of doing this, by the way. It's just go perfectly straight instead of building like that. Now, I rotate the way I build to create a little bit of variety. If you keep building the same way, especially in long builds like I do here, it's going to get maybe a little bit tedious, where I like to build like this, and then I'll come back. I'll do a little side one here, and then I can literally click in the same place 3 times, and then here we go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Easy, easy. Then the same thing on this side. Look how nice that is. So you can just click in the same. That was 4 clicks in the same spot. There was 3 clicks, and then that I had to move my mouse. So it does make it a lot easier to kind of come back and do the sides later. And then just keep running forward like this. And the second you see it go down, and it's kind of risky because if it doesn't actually go down, it freaks me out every time I'm building too. If it doesn't go down, you're going to fall right off the edge. So I try to put it down before I get to that edge. Now, why am I building up in the air? So that mobs don't bother me. Usually they don't bother you up here unless they're up on one of these ledges or whatnot. Holy moly. Holy moly. Crazy coming in. Showing me some love. That made me jump. Thank you very much, Crazy, for that massive 37 months of Tier 3 love, everybody. I want to see some Tier 3 love in the chat for my awesome mod, Crazy, coming in. Showing the love. I hope you had a great stream. Did we give him a shout out? What was he playing? In Zone, A World Apart. Oh, that sounds like a cool game. Never heard of that one, Crazy. Was that a good one? What's that game about? I have no idea. I have no idea. All right. Let's see. Oil. All right, 653 in that direction. So at some point, we're going to need to turn. Head that way. I like to keep my roads fairly straight for obvious reasons because you start going at weird angles, and that's when you start falling off. It happens a lot. See, I like to just extend my base by just adding more and more stuff. More and more foundations. Now, you don't have to do this, by the way. You can just go to another area and just build that thing completely separate from the rest of your base. But I feel like, you know what, I'm going to run right up against this thing because I feel like it. Just speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. Oh, there's that 30 minutes. All right, now, I keep forgetting Stream Raiders, but today I'm going to try to remember for all my Stream Raider peeps. I do apologize for that. Obviously, I get knee-deep in building. And then, man, yesterday we were playing Astroneer for like 5 hours, and it felt like 10 minutes went by. That's when you know you're having fun. I'm sure today's going to be the same way. That's when you know you're really enjoying what you're doing when you're playing games. But right now, we're going to go ahead and get our Stream Raiders going right over here. Let's do it. There we go. We're going to try to do this again. I think we got owned at some point, and we had to reset. Kind of feel like we want to go... I think we got owned on this one. We can't go backwards, but we can come through... Oh, that's a... See, I want to get down here, but we'd have to go through that. And that's a 4-star there. We could go here, up. I'm trying to stay in the lower ones so that we can make some progress. But there's always like a 4-star in there. And the 4-stars in this event are pretty rough. I mean, we have 100+ people, and we can't even do it. That's pretty rough. We got to up our battle tactics, maybe. We're trying to get to the boss here, and it does look like this is the path of least resistance. You know what? Let's give it a go again this way. I feel like the second we get to this one, we're not gonna make it. So let's go here, up, over, down. Yeah, we'll try to do that. I think we actually failed on the chest last time. Yeah, I think we did. So. Yeah, let's try it again. I think we can give it a go. Let's try again. All right, now come and join me, everybody. This game is called Stream Raiders, a little side game that we play while we're playing other games. Oh, my eyes. I can't see. Blinking. All right, so this is a side game we play. You can come and join us. It is free to play, streamcaptain.com. You're welcome to come in. By the way, thanks to whoever purchased some more skins up there, Stream Raider skins. Thanks to that. I'm sorry I missed who that was. But thank you so much for that. I see that probably during a battle mode. Someone came in and bought a couple of those skins. I do appreciate that. It does help support the stream. And also gets us closer to one more full skin, which we are going to do here very, very soon. So very, very fun. All right, so we'll come back to that. We're going to go ahead and set a timer for 29 minutes. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 29 minutes.
Okay, your timer is set for 29 minutes.
That's what I do, by the way. That's what I do when I'm doing battle modes, because sometimes I do additional content. I call it bonus streams. I'll do bonus streams on top of all of the other content I'm doing, which is a lot of work, everybody. So I add these bonus streams, which don't replace any of my other content. I'm not going to be streaming during that time anyway, because I'm working on videos or working on stuff behind the scenes, or I might be resting or mowing my lawn or whatever it is, right? So I do some battles, and then I run the timer so it reminds me, hey, battle time. And I come over, I run the battle, and then I go back to whatever I'm doing. So I hope you guys have been enjoying those. I will try to get more of those in. Probably on Friday, we'll get another full day of battles in. But we're also going to do some battles tonight as well, today and tonight. So stick around. Come and join us. I need everybody to help out. We're going to need every unit because this is going to be a rough one today. So come and join us. It's free to play, too, which is pretty fun. Hey, that's Mr. On You. Thanks for coming out. It's a city builder in a nuke world, played for hours and still in the tutorial. Oh, that's a good game. That's a good game. That's how you know a game is good. If you're still in the tutorial, hours in, kind of like Civ 6, right? If you're still in that tutorial hours in, that means it's got a deep game. I like those type of games. Right? I'm never in a rush to get through a game. I keep pressing that left mouse button, everybody. That's what keeps causing that. A left mouse button. Or right mouse button, sorry. My right mouse button when I should be pressing the left mouse button. All right, we're just going to dogleg this right here. Now, we're going to also extend this out so we know our dogleg is actually here. I always like to have at least 3 wide on my platforms. And the reason why, we'll go back and we'll extend that. And the reason why is because a lot of vehicles require that. When you're running a road, you're going to run some power. You might run conveyors and things like that. So you need some extra room for that. Look at this down here. A whole bunch of crystals and stuff. Oh, I just put one in the wall. I do that quite often, by the way. I'll accidentally put stuff in the wall. All right, let's do another little zapper. That should find us that oil. Oh, I'm getting into it now. Getting that misclicking in. Getting that misclicking going. Oh, and thanks for being here, everybody. I forgot to give you some love. Bam! There you go. Right there. 1,000 kids cats for everybody coming here at the top of the stream. Hanging out. That's to show you guys some love. For always hanging out. No matter what game I'm playing. See, there's like the hardcores. There's like the core group that comes in. Says, Kismet, we got you back no matter what you're playing. You could be playing solitaire up in here, which I have done before. And we got you back. And I appreciate that. You know, that really lifts my spirits every day, right? When I come in, everyone's like, hey, Kismet, I don't care what you're playing, bro. I just love hanging out, having a good time in the stream with all the peeps in the stream. And that's how I want to build my stream up to that, where we just have a whole bunch of awesome people hanging out. Chatting it up a bit, playing some games. Oh, wow, that's directly... Oh, wow. Oh, here's the entrance right here. Okay. Okay, can we get a 3 in there, or do we got to go back by 1? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. We get a 3 right through here. So let's go ahead and widen this one right here. And we're probably going to have to dogleg here, too. So let's go like that. And get right to there. Now, see, here's a problem. If a mob comes along and they're up here on this plateau, they can jump down and, you know, make their way over there to where I'm at. And then, surprise, Kismet! So I'm actually going to take that one out because I don't want them to show up in my zone. And then we're going to start, you know, kind of dogleg it a little bit where we kind of go right like this and kind of extend that a bit right. I feel like we're going to do it low. So we're kind of going at an angle. If you look at the way it's going to be shaped, right? So it's kind of an odd way to do a move there, but it does help us. Now, they can still jump down, by the way, if they could make it to that edge. So we might put a wall there or whatever. But right now, we're trying to get over here. Now, we climbed over the top before to look at this oil. And right now, we just want to get to this oil. And there's actually 3 of them. There's one on this side, one over there, and one over there. We got to go right through the middle of that. You know what? If we're going to go at an angle, we might as well go and try to line this up. Let's go out first. We'll go out first and then we'll go right. Now this would be a great use of a train right here, by the way, is to have the train go from here all the way around and then all the way back to the other side. It's a very, very fun game. The second I saw trains, that they added trains to the game, this was a 10 out of 10. That's it. You got me. You have a jetpack in your game. You have looting. You have a really fantastic, probably one of the best games for building. If you like the nuancing of building, like look at how easy it is for me to put these foundations down. This would be tough in really any game, but it's so subtle. It's so, you know right where to aim. You aim right along that metal edge, and it's so wonderfully done. Let's say right here. Now, I wonder if I can take these trees down. I have to take a chainsaw down there and take those trees down. Okay, and we're trying to center off, you know what, a little bit more this way. Yeah, let's do that. And I'm gonna have, I don't like trees coming through my foundations. That's gonna have to go. That's gonna have to go for sure. But let's keep our feet here. Oh yeah, straight out, and then we'll come out in the middle. And again, I did come over here and scout this out. There's only really 2 areas for oil. And we're going to turn this spot over here into our power generating factory. And then we're going to backfeed it all the way back to our factory because we do run out of power a lot. There we go. And we might just leave our power that's already there because last time we did build up a whole gigantic factory. And we were doing just fine with that, but 199, that's 299, yeah, right there. You can actually see it when you do it. Watch this. You can see it, it'll be like a little... Yeah, see right there. Can't quite see that one's behind the rock, but if we do this again, you can see it has like a little aura. Yeah, right there. Right there. All right, so let's keep building that way. And now the problem is we're up really high, so we're going to have to bring that oil up here, but we're not going to do that. You don't want to use too much of a vertical angle when it comes to running fluid. The more vertical you make it, the more pumps you need, the more power you need. And if you're generating power, you're using that power to generate the power. And then, of course, it's kind of like a net sum if you do it too much. If you do it too vertical, you're going to have troubles. So what we're going to do is get right about here, I feel, and then we're going to work our way down. Now, working your way down from up this high can be really awkward. It's actually better to work your way up than down, but we're going to go ahead and give it a go. Oops, I'm going to press the wrong button. There we go. We're going to rotate this. There we go. Again, it's going to be real awkward. So what I do is I kind of work my way out to the side. Whenever I'm building kind of a staircase, I'll use the thicker version here. Whatnot, we can go down like that. And we can take this off. And the reason why you take this off is it just adds a little bit of easier so you can get to the side. Add that down. Let's see, we're going to go down 1, and then this one's gone. And see, you can kind of work this whole thing from up here. Isn't that amazing? And then you just like take that out, and then now you're making an area where you can go ahead and use your downs like this. And there we go. And there we go, right? So, pretty cool way of doing it. I highly suggest not doing it this way. It's always best to do it from the ground or from another area where it's easier to see what you're doing. But I'll create little landings like this. And we'll show you how kind of a bit of difficult it is to do that. We can go forward too, like this. Then we can take these out. It's kind of like, you build some scaffolding so that you can go ahead and build the stuff around it. We'll take this one out, then we'll add that one. We'll build one underneath. Then we'll take this one out. We'll add this one. I hope you don't mind if I speed up a little bit. And then build that one underneath, etc., etc. You get the idea. You can build it from really far away. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's floating. Well, that's going to happen. That's going to happen while you're building. Don't worry about it. You can always come back, add a bunch of awesome supports and whatnot to it as well. We'll come back and remove all that stuff later when we go to really get into our road. But we definitely want to ramp this down so we don't have to bring the fuel up so high. Now, we got to watch out when you come down here, though, because there is going to be some mobs. And again, I kind of go back about 2 back. It's just easier to see the bottom of the thing here. Take this top one out. Forward and down. Take that out. Oh, that's going to be about perfect. Very nice. Oh, that was pretty good for just eyeballing it. I literally was just eyeballing it there. All right. And there he is. See, and there's our trouble spot right there. Is those mobs. Now, I can go down there and try to kill them, but they just respawn over time. So, if you do kill them, they will just show back up again. So, and that's here in the early access version. I don't know if they're going to perma-die in the future when it actually does release or not. But I'm always aware of those mobs and them loving to shoot me. And so I try to make my bases up a bit to avoid those mobs being in my face. constantly. But we're going to try to get way down here, and that's just going to cost us less vertical space. Now, building these ramps is cheap. This is cheap, right? If you're getting a bunch of concrete, that's really easy to do. It's one of the very first things you do in game and whatnot. See, he's shooting at me already. He's shooting at me already. All right, let's actually take this out, and then we're gonna build like this. All right, so we're gonna build out a bit of a landing area, and that's gonna be our kind of starter area there. And then down here, we need to, of course, create some production. We need to get our oil extractor in there. We need to get our oil up and over. So our oil is actually going this way. So let's go ahead and aim it directly at our foundations here. And it might be a little crooked, but there we go. And then we can go into our piping. Now, you have different key sets down here now, which is just awesome. I absolutely love it. So you hold down, you got to get out of the build mode, and then you hold down Alt, and then you can kind of switch. And I have one that's kind of my piping. There it is, number 6. You can see it's a bit, let me get out of the way. You can see that it's different. It's got all my piping in there, you know, my stands, my junctions, and of course the standard piping on one, and including my pumps as well. So it makes it easier to do that particular thing at that particular moment. Now, I suggest to do something like this, where you go ahead and just bring it straight up like that into here. Now, there's multiple ways. Now, look at the way the pipe is there, right, where it's kind of at an angle. You can also go in and you can mess around with how that shape happens, right? So as you come up, you can also use the toggle build mode right here, which is R. And you can see that it's more at an angle. More rounded on that side, more rounded. It's not so hardcore there, not so edgy. And then we can also hit it again, which is a vertical way, which I really like the vertical, like that. By the way, all of those are going to take the same amount of work to get the fuel up to here. Right, and I feel like this is about as low as I want to go because, again, mob's going to be shooting at me from different sides. And all I want is the oil. All I care about is the oil, getting the oil up here and whatnot. We got to run a lot of power. We've got to run our transports. So when we want to get here, we can just get in the hypertubes and it will take us here. There's a lot of infrastructure that you'll want to do. But right now, since we're already here, let's go ahead and start with our basics by getting that at least up to where we're at. So let's go back to number 1 here. And we're going to go ahead and just build out. Always misclicking there. Now, I'd love it if you could go ahead and just hold down Control and just like build a big long thing off the thing you're already doing. Like you go like this, you hit Control, you just tap it. Tap Control, and then you hold down the button, and then it's like, right? It does a whole long row. That would be awesome. I would be down for that for sure. All right, how we looking? Where's that at? Right there. All right, we're going toward it. Kind of a little crooked, but that's okay. We'll kind of run up next to it. Get it done. Now, here's one of the things over here. Kind of feels like the surface is going up a little bit at an angle. So that's something to keep in mind, too, that it's coming up to where your platforms are. And that's going to be useful. I feel like right about maybe one more. Getting a little close there. And before you put all your foundations in, you spend all that time running your power, doing all of that stuff, you always want to do this first, which is establish where you're getting your resources from. I always feel like that's the most important thing. Establish your oil extractors. Establish how you're going to get that oil up here. Like so. I love these stackable supports. They're really, really a huge boon to the game. You actually get them later in the game and not at the very beginning. All right, that's a little funky. A little funky chicken there. Now, again, that will have no difference. It'll have no difference overall in the long term of the game, but it doesn't look awesome. And that is a lot of what you decide in this game. Does it look awesome? If it doesn't, I'm taking it out and refixing it so it's more straight. There we go. That's better. So it's more straight, less pipe it has to use, and better looking it is. All right, now we're gonna use our. We're gonna try to use our thing today. We're gonna go into build mode. We're gonna go into build mode. There we go, and we're gonna middle click so that we get this, and I don't have to change my keys down here. We're gonna try to use our eyedropper. Basically, is what that is. It picks up whatever we were doing. Like if we want to go back to pipes or the stackable, we can just middle click. There we go. I'm trying to get back in the habit, and then we want to use piping. We can middle click. We want to do one of these oil extractors. Boom, middle click, right? That is so incredibly useful, and I have been underusing it for far too long. All right, so there we go. So we can build a nice little power area off of this one. We can build a nice little power area off of that one. And I'll probably turn that one in, and we'll build out a power area right here where we'll probably combine those. Now we've got another one in this direction. Oh, there it is right over there. All right, so we'll do the same thing. We'll try to keep the road nice and straight. How's our road looking here? It's only too wide. All right, middle click. There we go. So yeah, it's only going to be one wide. So our main road's probably going to be this one here. And that's going to be the extension. And then we'll probably extend this out around this edge. Yeah, and then this will be the main road. And we will, well, actually, we're going to end up building out here anyway. So we'll build that out, and we'll build all that out later. Again, I kind of do that stuff later on. Kind of filling, it's kind of like, you're drawing around the outside edge, and then you fill in the middle later. That's pretty much what I'm doing. Is you draw the straight lines first, the outline of what you want to do, and then you come back and fill it in later. Oh, I'm using the bigger foundations. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let's go and hold down Control. Or actually, let's go to this. Hold down Control, and then boom. You take a whole bunch of those out at the same time. I actually want to use... I'm using the very large foundations when I want to use the smaller ones, the 8x2s. I like the 8x2s because they look strong enough to hold whatever it is that you're trying to build, but also they're not so large and cumbersome as the other ones, and they're not as thin as the little ones that look like they're gonna break. If you put a big gigantic factory on one of those, they look like they're gonna break. So I just kind of try to find a happy medium between that and keep it going. Oh man, that middle button is my jam, man. That is nice. Again, I go very much in straight lines. I could try to go at an angle, but if I want to run a train or if I want to run something like that, I try to make it as easy as possible. I'm going to dogleg that over there. I feel like that's probably pretty good right there. That's actually probably going to be the outside edge. Right, let's do that. Again, going to speed up a little bit. Once I kind of go over something or I kind of show you what I'm doing, then I'll speed way up. I'll go way, way faster. This way it feels like I didn't just run past that thing and then you're like, oh, Kismet, what did you do? Because that sucks, bro. That sucks. All right, again, so you can avoid all the animals down there. Go in, get our oil extractor. Oh, I don't have enough wire. Oh, boy, we'll get some wire when we come back. Let's make a little reminder for ourselves for the wire. All right. There we go. We need some wire. Now, one of the things to do is to create, obviously, a transport system so that when I need wire right now, I could run back and grab some wire if I wanted to. Now, we've already got kind of one going, which we can see just barely. This kind of line right here, that's me creating a hypertube that I used before. So I'm going to utilize that, but I'm also going to create one that goes back to my other oil area as well, since we made this kind of whole structure. So that's a whole lot of time in itself, just doing all of that. But we've got this lined up. I feel like that's going to be pretty good. Let's just go ahead and put that there so that it reminds us. And then now we're going to get into it. Now we're going to start doing some building here. We're going to really get going. We're going to widen this out. Not saving all this concrete for a rainy day. There's always that one misclick slowing you down. I'm trying to get myself in the habit of hitting the middle mouse button. Hitting the middle mouse button basically picks up whatever you were doing before if you get sidetracked, like when you take something out like this. And right now I'm in piping down here, so I'm just kind of teaching myself to not use the keys as much. I just use the ability to pick up something I've already put down. Because for foundations, that's a perfect thing, right? You already got one foundation down, you're just gonna use the same one over and over again. Like that. Building this out nicely. I love building this from really far away because it goes a lot faster on the way back. And if you miss one, no big deal. You can always come back and grab another one. What was that all about? I built one underneath there. There we go. Oh, and that's it. We run out of concrete. That was a lot of concrete. It was like, boom, gone like that. All right. So we also want to set up, speaking of changing my sets, let's go ahead and set to our transport set. We want to have the ability, of course, to run over here and end up right here at the end. And again, I like these to be 3 wide. So again, building from the bottom is way easier. So we're going to just go ahead and copy this, and we can just build that up. But again, we have no concrete, so we've got to make our way back up to the top. Now, one of the things I always like to have with me is my little vehicle. It is awesome. I love it. It's really cute. Really cute. Get it going on. Good morning, Kismet. Trying to collect gases. Cannot create condenser because of silicone resources suggestions. Good morning. I'm trying to collect gases. Cannot create the condenser because of silicone resource. You should be able to. There's no blockers like that you can't do in the game. You can always go and find stuff that will allow you to do the silicone. Very early on, I'm trying to remember where I went to get that. I'm trying to remember my previous playthrough. I can't remember. But it should be findable. What you want to do is, let's go drive our little car up the thing here. What you want to do is only do the gases toward the end, right? Once you've kind of got the rest of your stuff established, you got a bunch of all the other resources, then you can go ahead and start on those gases. Like you do hydrogen, you do nitrogen. I would do those first, obviously, from your home planet. But you should be able to make silicon early on. Definitely you want to go into your planets, see which planet has the resource that you're looking for, and then go hunt it down because it's there somewhere. It definitely is. Because it doesn't block you. It doesn't block you in such a way where you have to, you got to do this thing first before you do that other thing. You could go right to the end and grab, if you know where the resources are, you could literally go to the end of the resources, just the hardest planets like I did, and grab a bunch of stuff and just bring it back, for sure. For sure. And if I was in the game, I would show you, but I'm not in the game right now. So, again, just try to look at the components of silicon. Go look at the planet thing. And then it's got to be, if it says it's on that planet, it's there somewhere. For sure. Now, also another thing to do, another legit strategy, is to go and look in crashed vehicles, right? Crashed satellites or vehicles or junk you find around, and you might find a piece of silicon that way as well, especially on the higher end planets. You might find it on Atrox, you might find it on Glacio, something like that, and you're like, oh, a piece of silicon, whoa, awesome. And then you could use your atmosphere condensers that way. But there is a progression where you should be able to do atmosphere condensers absolutely without fail. So, as I've done many, many times. So, hopefully that helps you. And if not, come back on next Tuesday. I'll run you through it. Run you through how and where I found it. All right, here we go. Let's run back to here and see if we've got any additional resources. Appreciate your help as always. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Coming in, hanging out. Oh, look at all that. Look at all that we have right there. Let's take all of that. Let's take all of this. Let's go ahead and clear some of these resources. Ooh, mama. Clear some of these resources. Now, what do we got in here that we don't need to bring with us? This. A whole bunch of rubber. Oh, there's some aluminum there. So we have a bunch of stuff. You know what we should have done? Oh, we should have put this stuff down is what we should have done before we done that. Yeah, let's do the opposite of what I'm doing right now. Let's go ahead and put all the stuff into here like this. Okay, and we need a ton of concrete. So instead of going back and forth 100 times, I'm going to jump in here and basically run over there and grab a ton more concrete because we get to ride our hypertubes. I love the hypertubes. Look at that with the moon up there. I feel like this is one of the most genius ideas. We can thank Elon Musk for that. Genius ideas in gaming. It is really awesome because you go really far distances in this game. And these hypertubes are my jam. Now, what I used to use before they added hypertubes was conveyors, which is pretty great as well. Yeah. Hello. What's this game called? It's called Satisfactory. Incredibly fun game. I highly recommend it. It is a 10++. It's an insta buy for me, and I very rarely give that. I very rarely give that on stream as an insta buy, but I would definitely snatch it up. I feel like, you know, you can get it on Steam now as well, by the way, or on the Epic Game Store. I feel like it's one of my favorite games of all time. I love the building. It's still in early access. They're still adding stuff to it. They got trains. They got large factories you can build. You basically tap into the resources of the planet. You build giant stuff, which you can see. Look, we got factories we're going by here that we built. A whole bunch of conveyors and all sorts of stuff here in our central hub. We have all sorts of transport systems. These all go to different parts of my factory. You can see that the factory is running stuff out up here via conveyors into these storage units, which is here in my central hub. This is actually what's called the hub. This is where you kind of start off, you build one of these, and then you start to build stuff out from there. And you can see I've got a bunch of different stuff here. Let me try to remember how to turn my stuff on. I've got some wire there. We've got some more wire there and so on. But what we want to do is we want to go over here and again, see all the stuff running various materials, various different places. And this one's running this down into the awesome sink. I'm actually trying to get rid of some of that because I've got too much. But over here, I've got a ton, so I'm just going to grab all of that out of there. And I have it set up in kind of a pretty tricky, smart way. And that is where if I have too much, it will run it out from the top one. But it will first kind of come down into this lower level. You can see it's already rebuilding or feeding that down into the lower level where I can grab it, right? So it creates 2 boxes of excess and 1 box of just an off filter. Now this is called the awesome sink. The awesome sinks, what it does is it just basically is like a garbage disposal. It just throws your stuff in there and you build up coupons over time to unlock stuff in this little awesome shop. Now this is not pay to win. You don't pay any money for this. This is just a kind of a function in the game, which is pretty fun. And you can go ahead and unlock attachments, foundations. It's just a progressional thing. You can even unlock the cyber wagon, which is kind of cool. And keep doing stuff. Oh, we're going to do a battle here in a second. You can keep adding stuff to your base, different parts and different things like that that make your base even more and more awesome. But I strongly suggest running all of your excess stuff into the awesome sink so that you know you're always at that maximum power range. So when you're expanding, you can see how much more power that you need as opposed to turning it on and off when you're at this stage. Anyway, I'm at the highest stage of the game where we're kind of reworking a bunch of stuff. We got a bunch of concrete there, and now we need to go, uh-oh, which one of these takes us where we want to go? Actually, none of those do. The one I want is way over here. And now we're going to go ahead and ba-boom, back we go. So we take a bunch of this concrete. It's going to allow us to build out a lot more of these foundations. Now, I used to have a ginormous factory right here, all sorts of rubber and plastic, motor tool parts, all sorts of stuff right here, but I tore it all down and put it all in these containers. These are a bunch of resources in these containers that we will utilize at some point. I really want to make what I call a mega sorter. A mega sorter is where you can put a bunch of stuff in there and then it automatically sorts it where it should go. I love that idea. I kind of feel like I should run it around the back of every one of my containers. And then you have like a source that goes along, and so it runs along a single conveyor. And then when it gets there, it says, oh, is this the thing I'm looking for? Oh, it is? Nope, divert. And if it's not, oh, this isn't the thing I'm looking for. Then go straight until it hits the one that it looks for. And I've done that in Fallout 4 using the Contraptions DLC, which is one of my favorite DLCs for Fallout 4, for building anyway. And it is very, very fun to do that because it just takes a lot of the work from you sorting stuff all the time. And when you're tearing stuff down and putting stuff together, you're doing a lot of sorting. So there we go. All right, so while I'm doing this, let me go ahead and do a little side thing we do called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. Absolutely love playing this game. I have 15,000 gold, and I just spent about 4,000. I spent it a lot. Let's go! All right, let's open that captain's chest, give you guys some extra love. Boom, Specimen getting 10 gold. Milk coming in, overall MVP with the 20 kills. Nice job, everybody. All right, let's try to keep this event going. We're tier 23. I feel like if I was more diligent, we could be up higher, but you know what? We're just going to get right in the thick of it, right there. We're going to get right up on in it. Right there, and that's going to be an awesome start, too, because everyone would fill in there, and I'll be like, blah, 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 and everything's going to get blown up. It's going to be fun. Come and join us. It is a free-to-play game. You can play on your desktop machine or on your laptop. They don't have a mobile version yet, but they are working on it. So that's good. So feel free to come and join us, streamcaptain.com. You'll find that link right there in the chat. All right, so what I need to do is I need to look at what kind of materials I have. So what I can do on the right side here is there's a list of things that I'm going to use. So what are the things that we're going to build? Well, we're going to definitely build our transport systems. Let's go transportation. We're going to build our hypertubes, right? So let's say a couple of these, couple of those, entrances, couple of these hypertube stackables. And that tells us just generally what kind of materials that we need over here on the right-hand side. I don't really estimate, oh, I'm going to need 420 of these and 927 of those. I don't do that. I just put it over there to remind me, hey, bring a lot of that, right? That's how I do it. Now, another thing we're going to need is power. So I'm going to actually just click one of these power poles and then also power lines. And that's going to tell me also, again, on the right-hand side here, what I'm looking for. Now, you can actually scroll down so you can see all the stuff that you really need. We need copper sheets, we need steel pipes, et cetera, in which we've got a lot of that. So we're going to go ahead and bring a bunch of that, and that will highlight over here on the right-hand side that we do have that. So you notice the white bar. It says, okay, you got a bunch of that. Good job. And then a bunch of this and a bunch of that. There we go. What else do we need? We're definitely going to need some wire. We don't probably need that right now, though I do need another oil refinery. So let's go ahead and put that in our list too, our oil extractor. We'll do refineries later and all of that other stuff. So oil extractor. So we need some copper sheets for sure. Here's our copper sheets right there. We're probably going to need a way more than that. What else we need? We need rotors. We got those. We're going to need cable. We got that. You see the problem building up here is the fact that you just can't hold enough stuff to keep this going. And I put some in the box, by the way. I took some of this out and put it in the box so I'd have some space. And then we need our plates and so forth. So I feel like the thing to do is to now downgrade the concrete so that you can make sure that you have the transport and whatnot right there. All right, so we're looking good. Now we can scroll down. We need some quick wire. Let's look for that. Let's take as much of this as we can. Much of that as we can. And this. So quick wire. Where did we put our quick wire? I know we've got it around somewhere. Or did we run out? No, right there. Quick wire. There we go. And we're going to need some motors. So we're going to have to take one of these out. I would probably take the lowest stacked item out. Like in this case, the quick wire is 264. I would take that out. We're probably not going to need, 2,000 quick wire. 500 maximum. There's most likely not going to do it. Now, also, I have 263 wire here, right, in my inventory over there. It's better to bring a full stack, because if you're going to bring a stack of it, you might as well bring a full stack. Why bring 200 when you can bring 500 in the same stack? So I always keep that in mind. And then the same thing when I'm bringing stuff, like right here, I've got 23 iron rods. I just take those off. Just take those off because they're just taking up a full stack. Same thing with steel pipes. Take that off. That's taking up a full stack. Plate, same thing. Full stack, take it out. You don't want to waste your time with half stacks, because they will ultimately fill up your inventory and you don't get that big of a resource bump from it. All right, so there we go. I feel like that's a good start. If we need any more of that, we can come back. And so what we're going to do is pick up our vehicle too. Oops. Pick up our vehicle right here. Always good to have your vehicle on you in case you get real far away like we did and you got to make your way back. All right, that's the power there. We're going this way. Let me turn my sound back on. There we go. And now we want to establish our transport system so we don't have to walk back and forth. And there's a couple things we're going to do. First, we're going to create a stackable tube support so it's up off the ground so we don't accidentally get sucked in there every time. But if you do, by the way, you hold down S and it will actually turn you around so you can go back. It happens to me all the time. Even though it's up here, sometimes I'll jump when I'm running by and I'm not even noticing. I don't even see it, and it sucks me in there anyway. So we're going to do that on that side. Now, another thing that we want to do is our painting, but we didn't bring our painting stuff. So we want to go back and get our painting stuff, and we could take out while we're at it. Let's go see if we've got our painting stuff back here. So we're looking for our painting brush, which is definitely got to be here somewhere. There it is. Oh, that's my rebar gun. Where's my painting gun? Oh, I had it on me. All right, I didn't have my rebar gun. That's the one I didn't have. That's what was missing in that slot. So we got that, and we're going to need some paint for it. This is for my rebar gun. Do we even bring any paint? That's the question. Oh, boy, I don't think we did. We might have to go back for that. And again, if you notice that I moved some of these resources forward to this area where I'm building, you always want to bring a bunch of resources over and drop them off for sure. For sure. Okay. Yeah, I feel like we want to go back and get our paint, and this way we can do this all at the same time. Let's go. Let's take the extra effort to go back, grab it. This way, when we're building, we're doing our road, we're doing our transport system, and we're doing our power line. So all of those things will then go ahead and circle back. Now, eventually, I'm going to go also to the other side that I already have that goes up above, up into the crater up here, and build a power system that goes that way too. So it's basically redundant. It'll road this way and go up that other way. We'll get into that later on. But for right now, you can see I've got my power run alongside of my hypertubes, which is very, very helpful. And then I have stops. I call these stops, right? Where it stops me from going to the next thing in case I want to build something out here, or I want to go over there, and there's a whole bunch of stuff we need to do up there too. This game is so wonderful because there's always more to do. There's always more to do, more efficiency, building more factories, all of that stuff. Right now, we've played for an hour, and all we've really done is kind of just build a bunch of foundations. We haven't really built factories yet, but that's okay. We'll get into it. We've got tons of other resources to tap into over here in the long run. We're going to get in all that. And here we go. Now you can see my kind of separate factories I have running. And in the beginning, I don't build them fancy. I feel like building stuff fancy in the beginning is just a waste of time. I like my stuff to be functional and then fancy. Fancy later, functional first. So we'll get that all kind of mapped out, get it functional, and then we'll come back and we'll say, how can we make this look awesome? And then we can make it out of glass. We can, rearrange the way the production works. We can make it super efficient and whatnot. But if you don't even have the tools to do that, like especially when it comes to your belts, right? When you've got your slower belts and you've got your slower stuff, and you're building all that fancy stuff early when you don't even have the higher level stuff, especially the stackable pole. If you don't have the stackable pole and you're building fancy stuff, you're going to pay the price for it later. Of course, if you're really great at visualizing, which I am, this whole entire thing is already built. It's already built in here easily. Because when I look at something, I go, oh, and then it's building in my mind just like that. That's the great thing about being creative. I'm sure a lot of you have that ability as well, where you can visualize stuff as well. All right, so we're going back. We're getting a little bit of paint. And I got to remember where I did with my paint. I think I put it here in the back. That would be a normal place where I would put just random stuff. Oh, yeah. And there we go. There's some paint right there. We're probably going to need a good amount of paint. So we'll take both of those. And back we go. So let's get our paint can going. Let's go ahead and right-click and reload that. We'll select our yellow color. And we're good to go. Back we go. Again, that's what's so great about these hypertubes is it makes it so much better to get from place to place. Again, imagine, look how much loot is just laying around over there, so you can just visualize how humongous that factory was before I tore it down. And the reason why I tore it down is because I've gotten to a part in the game where I have better pieces and more efficient pieces and more powerful stuff than I did in the beginning. So there's no reason to keep it really inefficient, right? I don't like to have stuff inefficient in any game, not just this game, but in any game. I don't like to waste resources, don't like to waste power. I love it to, and that's what's so great about this game. It appeals to that meticulous side because I'm both creative and then also logical side, which a lot of people are. Some people are more heavy in one direction. Some people are very creative, and the logic side is really tough for them, or the logic side is very heavy and the creative side is really tough. For me, I'm a good balance of both. So I like to see the numbers on how everything works, 30s and 60s and splitting and doing all of that, as well as I like to see the visual of how I'm going to create the things and put them together and connect them all together, which you'll see me in this stream go way above and beyond. I mean, way above. Like, I'll show you the numbers. I'll show you how to visualize, how to put down all of your stuff by using another program called Illustrator, which I've gone in and illustrated, different lines, how to do, what do you call it? Limestone, how to do limestone, convert it into concrete, how to do all of that stuff. And we're not going to need that today because we're just doing some more basic stuff. But when we're getting into more complex building, we'll definitely have that going on. All right, we'll select our color, and then we're just going to left click. Now, I feel like this is one of my favorite new things that I'm doing in my builds is that I build a road. I say, look, nothing goes there. Nothing goes on this road. That's what I'm announcing by painting that. And I feel like once you do that, it really helps a lot. Now, occasionally you'll see me build like an entrance or something like that, but I really want to fix that eventually. But we want to go ahead and get this going. And then we got our entrance here. And we also going to want to bring our power forward as well. So let's go ahead and start with that. Let's bring our power forward. And we're just going to start it here, even though we could run it much further down. Now, another thing I've done is kind of offset it a little bit. One of the things that I would do is I would fix that for sure. And that's because it's going to have to do with my counting. And I'm going to be doing a whole lot of counting as I go along. How many distance, right? So this is going to go so far. This is going to go so far before it hits a stage where it can't be any longer as we're going along and we're adding everything to this. So we're going to go in, we're going to build this. And it's going to have a max distance, right? How many of these foundations can it go before it turns red? Boom, there it is. So usually about that much. You're like, well, Kismet, how many is that? It's actually double the amount of conveyor. So it's 12. And you're like, well, how the heck do you know that just by looking at that, Kismet? Because I play the game a lot. It's 12. And now the reason why you don't, if you're going to put a conveyor here, if you think down the road, I'm going to put a conveyor along that same line. You don't want to go max distance on your transport. You actually want to cut your distance in half. And you want to go 1, 2, 3. Now notice we're counting a full foundation, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you want to go 6. And that's because your conveyors cannot go further than 6, right? That's the furthest they can go before you have to put something there to hold them up, like a stackable pole, and then keep them going. But this is double. Now, the cool thing about what I'm doing right here is I'm not going to be running conveyors this way, at least not now. I may regret it later and say, oh, darn it, I should have, would have, could have, right? But the one way I do it like this when I want to go max distance is I'll do what you just saw me do. And that's why I'll run it so I don't have to count it. I'll just run it till it turns red right there. And then I'll back it up to the nearest edge like this. And then I'll put a stack down like that. Easy, right? Easy. And then you can go ahead and run it from way over there because this game is awesome. Look how far away I did that from. Isn't that amazing? It's so precise. It's so perfectly precise in this game that you can run it that far. Try to do that in 7 Days to Die. You ain't doing that, bro. You ain't doing that. That's really hard to do. So again, I feel like this game has the best building in any game ever. Incredibly fantastic. All right, so let's keep going. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use our middle mouse button. So we're going to click on this. We're going to get our supports, and we're going to add our supports as we go on both sides. Now, again, this would be a great place to run a train, too. That'd be kind of fun just to ride the train. Not just because we need it for something, just because it's fun to ride the train itself. And there we go. So we're going to add a whole bunch of foundations here as we go. And I always like to build in the direction that I'm going to end up. We can get all this going. So again, we can just go ahead and hit this way over there. Push this forward. Figure out roughly where it's going to go, right about there. And then I'm going to press number 1 on my mouse. That's going to allow me to do that. And this. Now you can always come back and fix this later. You can add stackables in the middle if you want to run a conveyor. Or you can add it over the top here. Run 2 in the middle there, and then you can run your conveyors if you want. But I'm not going to be doing any conveyors on this particular run. Now, the other thing, of course, we want to bring forward is our power. So we're going to go ahead and tap into our power here. There we go. And I like to put it like this. Now, you don't have to, because this is the same thing. You can just keep running forward until it says wire is too long, which is going to say here in a second. There we go. Wire is too long. And I find the wire is about the same as the hypertubes. So I kind of stack them just to make them look clean, right? So they're right next to the thing. Doesn't have to be next to it. I just choose to do that. Important to know that a lot of people in this game just choose to do it because it looks the way they want it to look, and so on. Of course, me, I always have usually a functional reason for everything that I do, like, you know, making this road. So if I'm ever driving down the middle of this road, I know nothing's going to be in my way. And this is going to be totally worth the time. See, also I think of stuff in time, just hit a few of those from back here. I think of stuff in term of my time, right? How long is it going to take me to do this thing? Is it going to be worth my time to do that thing? And so on. There we go. And so on. So if I'm over here building and I'm running this for, you know, an hour, 2 hours or whatever, is it worth my time to run this? And it definitely is, because this over here is oil, and that oil is going to turn into more power. More power means I can do more stuff, right? I can build a bigger factory, which is one of the problems I ran into in my previous factory, is that you hit a plateau all the time in this game of power. Power is your biggest issue in the entire game. You're going to be running out of power like nobody's business constantly. As you build up your factory. If you expand your factory too fast and don't build up your infrastructure, your power infrastructure, then your factory is just going to keep turning on and off and on and off. And so is your transport and all of that stuff. It's going to be really, really rough on you as the person making it happen. All right, let's get out of there. Yeah. There we go. Okay, same thing over here. We're going to go ahead. Let's start with power this, or start with our conveyor. Oh. Wow. Really? What is that red? Oh, wow, I'm out. That was quick. I was out of bars. All right. Now here's a little trick, everybody. You can go ahead and build your entrance. Oh, no, I can't because I don't have enough space. I got to backlog this a little bit. Here's another little trick. If you find yourself way out here and you don't want to walk your way back, cut that out a little bit, which will give you some of your resources back. You can then run this from over here to over here. You can make an entrance so you can get back in there temporarily. You come back and fix all this later. And of course, if you have your power, you can do your entrance, and then that allows you to utilize your hypertube that you just made. Very, very useful. And I'm always running out of something every single time. Always running out of something that I need in here. And that's just nature of the beast. Nature of the beast that happens. So I don't think I have any more over here. I had just a little bit left, so it does seem like we're going to have to go back, get some more. And this is what I do a lot, as I spend a lot of time going back and forth and back and forth. Because I run out of whatever resource that's getting low. Let's see what other resource we're running out of. So steel pipe was getting low. What do I have? A lot of motors. I got plenty of those. And so this is a good thing to do while you're transporting, right? I'm actually in the tube, right, running along. is to kind of check out what you need when you get there. Right? I need a lot of steel pipes. Quick wire, I've got a ton. Motor, I've got a ton. Iron rods, I got a ton. But really, what I'm using the most of is those steel pipes right now, as well as I'm using a lot of copper sheets. So it might be a good idea to get some copper sheets while I'm over there too, to do that as well. Now you can, go and build all the foundations out first, and then come back, and then build out your transport, and then come back, and then build out your power. Really, it's up to you how you like to build. I like to build in sequence, so when I get to the end, it's already built. That's how I like to do. Each time you start over completely fresh, do you have a set list of goals in mind or task list? Or quicker and more efficiently? I'm always quicker and more efficiently in every game that I do, but I don't like to be so quick that I suck the fun out of it. I don't like to go, okay, I gotta go here, and I gotta do the thing, and I gotta grab the thing, and I gotta do the thing, and I gotta play this game, and I gotta get, my 10 hours out of this $60 game, and okay, I did it for 10 hours, I finished the game, and I'm gone. Right? I don't like that. That just sucks the fun out of it for me. Now, some people like that. That's their thing. They love to speed run, whatever. But I really even think that speed running is different from that. Speed running is trying to get better and faster and that kind of stuff, which I actually like to watch people do that. I don't like doing it myself because it takes out the substance of the game, right? You're just trying to do this and that and this and that and that and this. And that's not my thing. It's your thing. More power to you. But what I'm talking about is being in such a rush that you miss all the other adventures that you could have got into. And I feel like that's always my favorite part of any game, is the adventure part of what I'm going to do next, what I need. I need to go all the way back to here. I need to get this thing and bring that back, and so on and so forth. I try to get as much adventure out of every game that I play. I think it's vitally important. Vitally important to have that. All right, so we got that. So I feel like more copper sheets while we're over here. So let's get a little bit of that action too. Let's fill that back up. Let's take one that's not full and put it back in there, or fill this one up, either way. And again, I look at all my stuff that's not full. Like, look at this. We got rotors. That's not full. We got wires. That's not full. There's no reason to carry those around. I'm not going to need that many wires, right? So I can go over here, maybe just find my box over here, and then say, you know what? All right, let's take those out. And that's going to give us more room. And I'll probably need those later too, which is pretty funny. And let's take that out. Take this out. So now I've got 4 more slots where I can stack a full stack of something. Whoa. That happens to me all the time. Again, hold down S to reverse. There's tons of resources in here too that we need to sort. Tons of resources over there we need to sort. We're going to build that sorter. I'm going to try to get this done. We're going to try to get the power going. And then we're going to work on our mega sorter, which is going to be really, really fun. We're going to at least try to get it started. All right, so then we go ahead and we're going to need more of this, right? So let's grab another stack of that, maybe 2 stacks of that. Again, it's feeding it down from up above, right? It's feeding it down to the lower area where I can grab it. It's one of my more innovations in this playthrough. And then at the very top, any excess, it will then take and it will run it down. As you can see from up there, all of this is running down into this awesome sink, and all of this side is running down into that awesome sink, right? So if I have excess stuff, it just runs it in there. And the more stuff you run in there, of course, the more points you get, the more coupons you got, the more stuff you can unlock in the awesome shop. Very, very fun. So I just kind of let that run constantly. Why not? I mean, hey, it's not doing anything for you right now. There we go. Sorry, I helped to progress into higher level stuff in order to build massive factories. It always seems like such a grind when I start a new world. Yeah, that's because in your mind, you know what you're doing, where you're going. You know where this is, right? See, when you first start a game, you don't know that. You don't know where the end goal is. See, and that's the thing in this game too. There's places in which I go fast, and there's places when I slow down. At the beginning of the game, I always start with, okay, what are my basic materials? Iron, rods, concrete, right? We'll start with that. Get that going. Now you're off and running. And definitely set yourself up a storage, right? Set yourself up a storage like this, where it's feeding into the top. And then if you have excess, it's feeding out into the awesome sink, right? So that's always running. So you don't have to worry about that. Then you have it feeding down. And of course, you won't have the doubles in the beginning. You'll have only the singles. But it's feeding down into the lower level so that at any time, you always have 2 boxes worth of stuff that you can utilize. Right? And then all the other stuff that you might be using down the rest of the conveyor or down the rest of your production goes out of the top. So if there's any excess that's coming out of that top, or if you time, say it's coming in at 60, you're going out at 60 with the 60 conveyor, or maybe it's coming in at 120 and you want to go out at 60. So it's going to take 60 out, and then the other 60 is going to feed down in the other boxes, right? So you can control the speed, you can control how much it's using very easily by utilizing your boxes. A great way to control the excess. And then say when those two get filled up, you're like, you know what? Those two are filled up. Now I want to take it all and run it all out there. So you upgrade your conveyor from 60 to 120, and now to 120 is all coming out of there, and you still have all your excess that you use, right? And then once I get past that first stage, I would say like the first three things. Hold on, let's go into the hub. I'll show you kind of where I get my coffee cup. Have a little drink of coffee. There we go. Here in the hub. Now, if you notice, I don't have a space elevator. And the reason why I don't have a space elevator is that I've already unlocked a lot of the stuff. Right now, we're on nuclear power. We're in no rush. It's okay. We'll get to it. But usually when I go tier 1, tier 3, and it's really when I actually tear my entire base down, usually when I get to a new mining level, right? So when you first start, you're going to have this, right? You're going to go through and you're going to be, getting your chainsaw. You're going to be getting all of that, yada, yada, yada. You get all your lifts and so on. And as we go through the lifts, at some point, let's see if we can find it here. I think it's in 4. Yeah, it's in 4 right there. When I hit right before level 4, I'll start, and when I get to tier 3, I'll think, okay, level 4, when I get that MK2, I'm going to tear down my base and make it more efficient. And the reason why is because now you have a lot of the stuff you didn't have before, right? You got your coal, you got your foundries, and you're making your steel and whatnot. You're making a versatile framework to go into your space elevator. And then now you're producing double the amount of, or you're extracting double the amount of resource. So say before you were extracting 60 coal or even 30 coal, now you're doing 60, you're doing 120, and if you were lucky enough to find a pure node, now you're doing 240. So you're really kicking butt when it comes to resources. And then again, so that's up to tier 4. So when I hit tier 4 and I unlock this, base gets torn down, redo the base, which is what I did in this playthrough. Then I go ahead and keep going, right? And as I go up, and then I hit tier 7 here, and the same kind of thing, we're at level 3, right? So I'll actually do a double teardown. So the first teardown will be in the beginning, and then I'll rebuild right about tier 4. And then when I get to tier 7, where I'm doing MK3s, I'll then tear it down and do it again. Now, I also teared it down for a little extra reason in this one, is because this is the first playthrough of Update 3. So I don't really know what the end of it is. So if I don't know what the end of it is, it's actually, I play a lot slower than if I said, oh, I'm trying to get to nuclear power and I'm going to do the thing. Now, I've played through the game all the way through multiple times. But when they add new stuff, I like to take my time and say, okay, if I was building this, what would I do? And then we tried something different this time, where we took all the resources and we ran them into a central area as raw resources, right? Coal, iron, whatever it was, into the central area. Now, I don't really like to do that. And I knew I didn't like to do it when I started it. But I'm always open to trying different stuff. I'm always trying and see what I can learn by doing that thing. So the one thing I learned is I don't like doing that, that's for sure, because what it does, it creates a whole lot of extra infrastructure, and it costs a lot of my time. My time is the most valuable thing, I feel, in any game. So it costs a lot of my time. So when we went to rebuild it here on the second rebuild, I tore everything down, and I basically put the factory right by the resource, right by where we're pulling out. So as you can see, it's pulling copper ore out of here, right? Where's it pulling it from? It's pulling it from down below, which we can't see because it's coming in. It's going out from that side. It's coming in from over here somewhere. Where are we pulling that from? Oh, out here. It's actually behind this thing. You can't see it. I got to go over here. There we go. So yeah, it's extracting it out of here. It's going into here. It's going into different levels. Now, this is something later because you got to unlock these walls. You got to unlock the connectors. You got to unlock your lifters. You got to unlock all of that stuff to make that happen. Also, one of the cool things that I discovered in this playthrough is that you have wall connectors. So if I want to go up there to the second level, I can just go, whoop, up I go. Great way to do elevators. I don't like doing the spiral stairs. 1, it makes me dizzy. 2, you fall down a lot, though you can put your foundations through the middle, by the way, to keep yourself from falling down. But I feel like that's the fast way to do it. Now, if I want to go up another level, boom. Now I'm up the top. Guess what I'm doing up here? More awesome sink. That's right, I got an awesome sink up here at the top, for all this extra wire that I'm not using goes in there, feeds down, so I have some if I need it, but all the excess goes up and comes through into the Awesome Sink, making me some tickets, right? I feel like that is when you really have fun in the game, is when you're trying to figure out the specifics of all of that, right? And then you can see I've got another one here. It looks like a T for Tycoons. That is doing, what do you call it, screws, which I'm not even using right now. They're just feeding over there and feeding in the Awesome Sink. And then way over there, this is a pure node. That's doing steel and then running the steel down. So instead of running the raw material, the coal and the iron and all of that stuff, what I'm having it do is actually run the final product, which is in this case, is this, right? So it's running the final product, which are our bars right here. We get up here, we take a look. Running our steel pipes and our bars, our beams up here at the top, and that's just going to run that, and any excess is going to run it in the Awesome Sink. And that's going to do that endlessly. It's never going to stop, right? Unless I lose power. If I lose power, then it's going to do it. So instead of sending the raw stuff, which means that I have to have it stacked, 5, 10, 15, 50, stacked high, I build it at the node, tell it to make the thing that I want it to make, and then send the thing down the line. So it's less conveyors, less work, less power, less materials, less, right? And that is why I don't do a central run, because it just requires 10 times the infrastructure. Now, on the back end, on the end, when you get the items over here, it's less work to manage it over here when you do have it all the raw material there, but it's a lot more work getting it there, right, and building that infrastructure. And that's why I broke that down. So there's a deep reasons on why I do things like I do. And again, I try not to rush. Remember, this game, there's no time limit. There's no, you got to get it done in a day. It's very much like Astroneer in that way. Astroneer is the type of game where you don't have to rush to the end, right? There's no reason you have to get to the end of the game as fast as possible in this one. This is like, you build what you want to build. You build it where you want to build it. You can run stuff, you can not run stuff, you can make entirely separate areas with their own power, you can combine in one central power, which is how I like to do it. And then I can tell if something way off in the distance cuts out, I'm going to know it because I can look at my power there. Whoa, what happened? Why did that cut out? I better go take care of that, right? Otherwise, that could go off way over there, and I would never know, which is why I use central power. But if you have stuff that's way out there, 4,000 out away from your base or whatever you have it out, 4,000 out, and you don't want to run all that infrastructure of power, which isn't that hard to run, but still, if you don't want to run that line, you can just do it completely separate, create a separate power over there. It can even be biofuel over there if you're just doing it temporarily. But you definitely want something that's more consistent over the long run, which is first coal power, then oil power, which is what we're working on now, and then eventually nuclear power. And nuclear power is very rare because you got to find the uranium and all the stuff that goes along with the nuclear power now. And we have not even built one of those yet in this playthrough because we haven't unlocked it yet. Because I go, whoa, slow down at this point, right? And the reason why I slow down is because if I push forward and try to get to that nuclear power now, what's going to happen is my power is going to keep going on and off and on and off and on and off and on and off. And it creates a really tough situation where you're constantly in need of power, but you're constantly trying to build your factory when you don't have enough power to make it happen. So I slow down whenever I get to new levels of this, right? And then I come back and I build up that same thing, but more efficiently, and making it so that it's at the node. Okay, well, this node is going to make plates, and this node's going to make bars, and this node's going to be eventually turned into screws, and this is going to be steel, and this is going to be oil, and that oil is going to make rubber, and that is going to make plastic, and this is going to make power, and so on. That's my style of building. Now, again, it's your game. You play it however you want. There's no wrong way to play. That's how I feel about any game. Right, and back here we have a whole bunch of stuff being converted, and this is running forward, as you can see, into these ginormous containers over here, which is holding tons of liquid, and that liquid is being utilized over here, fuel, being utilized over here for our power. And you can see we're using about 1,000 out of 1950, which is pretty nice. Oil power is very consistent. Where coal power is actually not as consistent over the long run, because the more power you use, the more coal it starts to use. And you don't know how much coal it's using most of the time. Usually it starts about 10. 10 is a good number to start with. But the more power you require, the more coal it requires. So you got to find that balance, right? And then your coal's turning off all the time. It becomes really annoying. So I try to tap into the oil power. And then once we have that established in kind of a couple of different places, then we establish our nuclear power. And once we have our nuclear power, we got tons of power. We could be building stuff for days. For days. Speaking of building stuff for days, let's get over here and get back to building and running this out. We'll use our new transport system. And, of course, we made our road in case we need that down the road. Now, while I'm doing this, everybody, let's go ahead and do a battle. Let's go. Go ahead and look at all my different stuff I have going. Oh, owning it up. Nice, nice. Got that one guy. One guy is running around down there we can't get. All right, here we go. All right, let's see who's getting the extra love. McCuzzy getting some extra love. Specimen coming in overall MVP with a massive 38 assists. Paver, I think that is, or Peaver, coming in no slouch with 32 assists right after that. Very nice. Very nice. All right, let's try this gold again. Now, we underestimated this gold last time. We got owned. It's the only time I've ever lost on a gold one. So I'm actually going to bring the Wasteland Tycoon out here just in case things go off the rails. So keep that in mind, everybody. This one actually is a fairly hard one. So try to use your tougher peeps so we don't fail that one so we can keep on going. All right. All right. And then while you guys were watching that, I was extending this out as well. So let's keep addition going. And we're going to keep building that. Let's turn our sound back on. Keep building this out like that. And then bringing our power forward. And I kind of removed the temporary area that I had back there. I removed that temporary entrance because this is just going to go the length of this. Most of the time, I'm not going to even go down this road after this. But it's good to know that there is a road there in case something goes wrong, you run out of power, whatever it is. I like to just randomly do this sometimes. Like sometimes a huge waste of paint because you don't always hit the right one. But there you go. It helps a little bit, I guess. Probably better to be more meticulous and just click where you think it should go. But such is the way. All right, now we're going to keep on going. We need to see if we're at the edge here. All right, we need to do this. All right, I'm going to right-click that. We're going to middle-click these foundations, and that's going to allow us to just keep building our little road. So again, this would be a really great place for a train, right? Right along here. And I could go and grab the resources and have the train bring the resources back to my central base. I really feel like if I did a playthrough, I would not do Central again. Well, that's just me. Again, that's I don't like doing Central because of all that infrastructure overhead. I feel like it takes more of my time. It doesn't have as great a benefit in the long run to put all that extra infrastructure and then have to come back and then upgrade all that infrastructure and so on. I would rather have it where it's just pretty easy, separate factories with central power. That's running all of that. Look at that. Nice. That was nice and easy. Same thing over here. And again, I always go 3 foundations wide. And that's just to make it so one, I don't fall off. And 2, I can put all of my stuff on the side if I so desire. If I want to bring my big vehicle through here, it's not going to have an issue. And so on. All right. Down to there. And we'll... some of those on the way back. So it didn't look like we went that far, but we went real far all of a sudden, or pretty decently far. Like, see, in the beginning of this game, like 300 meters is like, seems like really far. And then all of a sudden it's like 1,000. And then it's 2,000 is really far. And then 4,000 is really far. It's all relative the more and more you play the game, I find. Hey, Dragon Overlord, what's up, man? Thanks for coming in. Let's show some love in the chat, everybody. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out in the stream. As you can see, we're extending our transport. We're expanding our power. We're making a nice long road here, which is going to take us to our other oil deposit. We have 2 oil deposits. One that we're currently using for power and was using for rubber and all of that. I feel like maybe we could just kind of recreate what we did before on the rubber and whatnot, and I think that probably would be good enough. And then with the addition of this other oil one over here for power, we'll be styling. That occasional delay that you see, that is it's saving. It does that from time to time. Now here's a fun little thing to do right here is you can go ahead and put this here and then put that there. So you create a nice little curve in there like that. Very nice. That's just for funsies. I could just, go here and then do it all the way at the end again. But, if you want to create a nice little curve, you can even make it more perfect if you bring them closer together and you have, basically, you move this one back by 2 and that one back by 2. And it creates that perfect 90-degree corner. But it's fine. It's okay. I'm good with that. And the same thing with my power lines is that I'll put them, like this. They don't need to be that way. I could just run them all the way to the end if I want. But that's more of an aesthetic thing than it is a real necessary functional thing. And again, you'll see me do that a lot, especially at this level. When you get to this kind of upper level, some of this stuff is just aesthetic versus functional. Oh, I got to reload. Wow, we already burned a full cartridge of that already. Where is he? All right, we get that built. This goes pretty fast, too. Once you have enough resources on you and you're running along, getting all your stuff done. How do we want to do that? I'd say this would be our central one here. So let's go ahead and middle click. Oh, we gotta go to F. F, middle click. There we go. F is what you use to take your stuff out. So as this comes down, we want to have an extra edge out here. For our structure, right? So we're running our transport down there. So we're going to need to kind of widen this part out and try to decide where our central road is. And that's why always building the road is probably one of the most efficient thing that you can do for visualization of your base and how your base is going to go and where you're going to run stuff and all of that. Because look how much easier it makes it, right? This is my road. I put my stuff on that side. I keep running on the same side usually, though I could cross over if I want. But that makes it so much easier. It can be very cumbersome trying to decide where to put this and that. Now that's going to be a problem there because that is actually going to go here. And then I'm going to need to make a kind of a turn here like this. And then create another one here. So that creates additional resources that it needs. Now watch this. See, if you do it too close, see how it does that kind of, it pushes it way out. Now, which is actually kind of fun when you're riding it. Hey, Rays, what's up? Hi, Kismet. Long time no see. How have you been? I've been awesome, B-Tibby. How you been? Thanks for coming in. So I would take that one out in the middle so it doesn't swing out like that. And you can do this too, but you're going to also see the problem if it crosses over your road. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do I fix that? Well, here's what you do. You go ahead and you kind of inset this back. So you go back like I was talking about, 1 and then 2. And then you go ahead and connect here and then around. And it gives you that nice corner like that. See, so you're just going to back it up by 2. Gives you a nice corner edge. You can also go in and toggle your build mode to try to get it the shape that you want it to be. I'm good with that. Let's move on. Let's move on. All right, and this is going to come down, and this is going to be our center here. Right there. All right, so that's going to come down. That's going to go that way. Now, if you accidentally do paint one of these, just pick it back up and put it back down, and then the paint will disappear. I find that's the fastest way to make that happen. There we go. Okay, and then same thing here. We're going to go ahead and create a turn. And this one I'm just going to go ahead and put back there. And then put over here like we did on the other one. Get that turn. Like this. All right, then we're going to work on our power. We're going to bring our power forward. Same thing. There. Again, I could go straight across here, but then it's going to put it across my road, which I don't want to do. I'm just going to go ahead and tuck it in the corner like that. Again, that's an aesthetic thing. It's not a functional thing. It doesn't have to be like that. But I do like it to be aesthetically out of my way. Because the wire, by the way, if you have a wire across the road, you can drive right through it. It's not a collision object. So you can get away with that. But I don't like to clip anything. I feel like that is a fail. If I have to clip through something, that means I suck as a builder. But that's just me. You don't have to take that on you. But I feel like there should be a way to make it work where I'm not clipping it. And see, we're going to do a little bit of back and forth here, which I rarely do. I don't like back and forth, but we're going to get this going. You gotta work around the terrain as best you can. And then we got I'm wasting a ton of those, but oh well. All right, so that gives us a bit of the structure that we're going to go right there. And that's going to kind of zigzag through there because you've got this edge. I don't want anything jumping over. And I could just run straight there and then go right and then go left, but I feel like we'll give that a go. And let's go ahead and again move our hypertube forward. And we can see that we want to make sure that it's on the right-hand side here. Otherwise, it's going to make it difficult for me to get through here. And I actually probably want to extend this out just a little bit. Because when I bring that through, it's going to definitely get in the way. Again, I don't like to put foundations up against stuff because who knows what's hiding behind the other side of that rock. All right, let's go ahead and say to here. From there to here. And then we'll bring our power forward. And then we'll put one right here. That little zigzag through there. But it still kind of gets real close to our stuff. But that's okay. And definitely this actually needs to be moved forward. Yeah, that needs to be moved forward. So here's what I would do. If you want to take this out, again, just do this. Then put it back in. There you go. Now it's no longer colored. You can go in. You did waste your paint, though. But such is the way it goes. Kind of feel like I like that better. And then this one here, same thing. Take it out. Middle mouse button. Click it again. And I feel like I want to just fill all this in just for the sake of it. Just for the sake of it looking filled in. All right, there we go. And now we're kind of running along that edge. We're making room for our hypertube. A little bit of zigzagging, which I'm not a big fan of, but do what you got to do. Work around your stuff. There we go. And we're trying to get it way over there, so... And we'll just create more of a cosmetic reason to do it, because I could just literally run it all the way across there if I want. I could run it across there, but... And I probably won't even use this road, so there you go. If you feel like you're not going to really utilize it anyway, definitely want to think about whether you want to just run it straight. Like this. We'll just run it straight, right? Because I'm not going to be utilizing this area over here. And then power forward. All right, now we're looking good. So we're going to go over here. We're going to middle mouse click. And we're going to cut down these trees eventually. They're not in our way. Hopefully we can cut them down, but it doesn't really matter in the long run. But I hate stuff clipping through my stuff. You know what I mean? Like trees and bushes and stuff like that. One of the things that drove me crazy in Fallout 4 is the fact that like all the stuff from underneath your base would come up through the foundations. I don't know why that triggers me, but it does. They actually fixed that in Fallout 76, by the way. For those of you who haven't played that. They've gone in and now actually when you put a foundation down, it takes the grass out. It takes plants and other things around out of there. So it actually improves the building system in that way, which I feel like it doesn't get enough love for its improvements because of all the other things that went awry at the beginning of that game, but I enjoy playing it. That's the thing about any game. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, right? It only matters if you enjoy playing it. And if you enjoy playing it, screw everybody else. Honestly, if you enjoy it and someone else doesn't like it, and they're saying, oh, well, you shouldn't play that game sucks. No, I can do whatever I want. I answer to nobody. I answer to nobody. I don't have to do anything that anybody tells me to do. I'm a 50-year-old man. I don't have to do nothing. In fact, I wish I'd known that at 20, that I didn't have to do it. And I was kind of like that anyway, but, I didn't have to have fancy suits. I didn't have to have fancy cars. I didn't have to spend every minute of every day working so I could have all this expensive stuff so I can impress my neighbors, right? It's completely unnecessary. It is unnecessary to spend so much time working that you neglect being there for your children and being there for your friends and all of those things. That is something that I learned the hard way because I was obsessed, and still am really, but just not at the same extent, with graphic design and doing working. Because I always wanted to be a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better every single day. So I would just work really hard. I'd put in 80, 100 hours in a week and never think about it twice. That's what I would do all day, every day. It never even dawned on me to not do that. Same thing when I was young, when I used to, I'd never think about eating, right? I would just say, did I eat today? I can't even remember because I'm so busy with concentration on other things. And of course, as you grow up, you're hanging out with the wife, you're hanging out with your girlfriend, family members, friends, and whatnot. Then it becomes more of a social thing, right? You're out, you're eating, you go out to eat, you hang out, you have a good time. Oh God, we're out of poles again. We're out of poles again, man. We're burning these babies up like nobody's business. I feel like we'll go ahead. Oh man, we got lots of room for poles now, though. I feel like we'll go ahead and build out the rest of this, and then we'll go back for some poles. Kind of finish this off. Oh, wrong button. There we go. All right, and we'll go ahead and take all of this out that we use for making a downward stairs. And then we're going to middle click, rotate this. Again, look how wonderful it is to build in this game. Look at that. You just go to the edge. You go to that edge, boom, it knows you want to ramp in that direction. Look how wonderful that is. I can do it all the way down if I want. Just aim at that edge. It's so precise. It's so wonderfully thought out. I feel like the building in this game is second to none. There is no game that has better subtlety building, as I like to call it. Where you can just, where that spot is, that magic spot where you can just press a button, boom, and it's going to go the way it's going to go. And I feel like that 7 Days to Die could take a cue from this game in its style of building, because it could do the same thing. It could make a wider edge on the edge of when you're building something, so when you roll over it, it knows it wants to go forward. I feel like that would be pretty phenomenal. I already love 7 Days to Die. I'm not saying I don't like it. It's a pretty amazing game. It's one of my favorite games of all time as well. But I feel like it could definitely take a cue from this game. All right, there we go. We built out our road. And we're going to run back here. I have a tendency to run a lot, too. I'm using the skates, which make me run faster. But I have a tendency to run because I'm just not thinking about it. That's what I do. Because you're so used to running at the beginning of the game, too. I would unlock this as quick as possible. This is like 10 tickets. And you just keep it with you wherever you go. So you always got it. So you can just zoom, you're out of there. It takes no power, no fuel. It goes at 55 miles an hour, which is pretty fast. And then you're good, right? You're running up there. Press E, you pick it up from behind, and you're good. All right, let's go ahead and put this in here. And again, we get to use our system that we just made. We'll see how it works out. Nicely done there. Nicely done around here. Power's looking good. It's off the road. Everything's set up. And we're literally going like 2,000 to 3,000 away from where our oil is there. We're going to make our way all the way back over here, and then we're going to go the rest of the way. Now, of course, it'd be way faster if I had my other part set up, where I could literally go whoop up the side of the mountain, and it would take me back to my central base, which is where all of my resources are. Oh, you see that? Oh, I hate those things. I got to go back and get that. I can't stand it when those buckets are up on top of stuff. We got to get that. We got to getty that. That's wasted resources. Now, this is what happens when your inventory is full. It'll put these things up here. Oh, look out! Holy mackerel! Halsey coming in with a massive amount of love. We're getting raided up in here, everybody. Look out! Oh, I press the button. There it goes. Wow, that took a while. Man, my whole entire thing froze. My whole entire thing froze. Here it comes. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Oh, my whole entire OBS froze. That's a powerful raid. That's a powerful raid. People come in like, whoa, bam! Dropping the nuke on the channel. Thank you so much for coming in. It's always great to see you, Halsey. One of the only people that I know who actually talks faster than me. Do you know that I actually slow down my speech here on stream? I am very much like Halsey in the way that I talk very, very fast. Because when I'm talking normally speed, I talk very, very fast like this, and I say, hey, what are you doing when you do this? Now, here's the funny irony about having children. I have 3 children. I have 3 daughters. My oldest daughter, who's 15, and I have twin girls, my twin girls who are 12. And one of my twin girls is one of those people who not only talks fast, but must tell the entire story. You know, like, hey, we went to the store and we got this toy, right? That's the story. But she'll say, we went to the store and we got there and we parked and we got out and we got the cart. We had to wipe down the cart, and then we went to the cart and we went down the first aisle and it wasn't there, and we went to the second aisle and wasn't there. And anybody put a 1 in the chat if you have a relative who's like that, or a sibling or somebody that you know who takes a very simple story. I went to the store and I got this toy, and they make it into a gigantic paragraph, right? Or sometimes multiple paragraphs, and then she talks really fast like I do, and I know Halsey talks really fast. I have a great sympathy for people who talk fast like me as well, and she'll just tell, like, it'll be like a 10-minute story on how, and you don't know what the story's about, so you got to really concentrate on what they're saying, so that you know. And I always concentrated with my daughter, so I don't miss what the story was, right? And that's how you know your people are listening to you. There you go. Oh, play coming in, gifting that love to Halsey, so she gets those epic Kismet emotes. There you go. Now you can show that love all around Twitch as well. I love my emotes. They're pretty awesome. Broke it. Sorry, Kismet. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, you know what? Let's go to my overseer's office. You're like, Kismet, nobody on Twitch has an overseer's office. I do. Let's go. In fact, I had this overseer's office for 5 years. That's right. I've been a partner streamer here on Twitch. I've been streaming for 5 years. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for some of the top companies in the world, including Apple, for many, many years. And then I did get ill. I worked from home from Apple, by the way. It was incredible. It's like the brass ring job, the one you work for your whole life. And I got sleep apnea and vertigo, so I could no longer do that job. If I can't do a job at this highest of level, then I would rather not do it at all. So I did have to step down from that, and I thought, what else do I want to do that gets me out of the bed every day, that motivates me to work on my health and do what I love to do? And guess what? I'm doing it right now, talking to you, having some fun. And you got to think that I'm 50 years old. I'm 50 years old this June 23rd, last month. I'm also a partially disabled streamer as well. Here on the channel, and the chance of me becoming partnered on here, 0.05%. Very, very low, but there was a chance, and so I'm relentless. Whenever there's a potential chance, I will never give up. I sent in that partnership thing hundreds and hundreds of times and been turned down hundreds and hundreds of times, and I would email them and I would say, hey, what do I need to work on next? And they say, work on this, Kismet. I'm like, I'm on it. That's how I take everything on. I take it on like a challenge. I try to bring little moments of joy here in the stream. So if you're out there and you're doing what you love to do and you're working toward what you want to do, hey man, hopefully I inspire you a little bit. Now, why Vault 45? That is a great question. In fact, I'm going to give 1,000 Kiz Caps to everybody in the channel for a fantastic thing. Now you're like, what are Kiz Caps? Well, Kiz Caps allow you to win tons of loot here in the stream. Guess what? I give away over 10 $1,000 from all my awesome sponsors down below there, including Bethesda themselves, to all of you, and Bethesda Gear to all of you last year, like $80 Vault Tech bags. Yeah, I was giving those away. I gave 4 of them away. That's right. Thanks to them. Tons of t-shirts, tons of loot, tons of games from, just $60 games to $20 games to $200 games, full of tons of games as well. So that's what those kids caps are for. Now, the reason why I call it Vault 45 is because I started streaming at age 45. That's right. That's just nothing more complex than that. Plus, it's also a vault that wasn't taken. So that's another reason why I use it. But that's when I basically changed my direction because I've been a graphic designer. Graphic designer, I don't even think about graphic design anymore. I just do it naturally. It's so ingrained in everything I've done. I've done every type of a design you could do. I've done posters, billboards. I've done tons of things from cereal boxes to t-shirts to comic books to even those little star scrolls that you see, in the stores and stuff. Magazines, everything. I've done everything you could possibly do in that thing. 100% achievement in real life. I'm high level in real life, everybody. That's how I like to call it. So go out there and keep doing what you love to do. So that's why I did that. And again, been here for 5 years, been partnered for 3, and I have the greatest time. And this June, by the way, all in the same month, turned 50, had my birthday, 5-year Twitch anniversary because I started streaming on my birthday, June 23rd, 5 years ago, as well as with my 3-year partner anniversary, all in the same month. Pretty wild stuff. So let's get back to some Satisfactory and have some fun. Let's go. Boom, there we go. And I play a lot of various different games. As you can see, I'm playing a wonderful game called Satisfactory. Fantastic building game, but I'm probably most known as the Wasteland Tycoon, which I'm wearing my Wasteland Tycoon shirt today. If you've ever seen a guy walking around with a yellow fedora and a blue and yellow and a red tie, obviously, a blue and yellow vault suit inspired outfit, because it's my vault suit, right? Not just vault suit, but vault suit, right? Because they call me the Wasteland Tycoon. And that's because not only do I make millions, but I make billions and trillions of dollars, because the style I like to play is you go in, you corner the market on water and food, like in Fallout 4, and then I turn every single settlement into a profit-generating settlement. And then before you know it, I'm making 100,000 caps every couple days in game, in which I can go and buy out every single vendor in the entire game and get all the best loot and then own it up. That's how I like to play Fallout, in that style of Wasteland Tycoon. I don't do meta sets and all that stuff. I like to go my own path as well. And the same thing in games like this. We play a lot of building games, a lot of survival games like 7 Days to Die, which is an incredibly great game. Satisfactory. Yesterday, we're playing another amazing game called Astroneer. Later on today, we're going to play a little No Man's Sky as well. And of course, tonight at 9 p.m., because I do 2 streams, one 9 a.m. To about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern time. And then 9 p.m. Till about midnight, we play a lot of Fallout 76. And you're like, Kismet, you like Fallout 76? Oh, absolutely. I played the entire Fallout line. In fact, let me flex a little bit here in the channel for all you new peeps coming in. You know Fallout 1? I saw it before anybody, because the company I work for had a small unknown company at the time as their client. Guess who it was? Interplay, the maker of the original Fallout that started it all. And so I saw it before anybody because I was working on the packaging that goes to a lot of the products, a lot of the games that they were doing at that time. So I saw it and I'm like, oh, I'm playing this one for sure. And the cool thing is sometimes you get swag when you work at a place like that. So you get free games, you get free CDs, because I used to do a lot of stuff for like Capitol Records and Motown and stuff like that. And I get free CDs and free stuff. Man, you get so much sweet swag for that. Now, I was already making a ton of money anyway, but free swag is free swag. Doesn't matter how much money you're making, right? Everybody loves free. So back in the day. So I saw it originally, and I've played tens of thousands of hours in all of the Fallouts. I played every single one. I love all of them. There is not a one I don't love. Now, I always get the question right here, Kismet, which one is your favorite Fallout? For RPG and for storyline, there is no one better than, of course, the awesome Fallout New Vegas. But if you are a builder like me and you like to build stuff, which I do, then you have that just with a little Fallout 4, right? Just a little bit higher because it has the building. It doesn't have as great a storyline and deep characters that it does in New Vegas and Fallout 3, but it does have the building, which I really like. Now, if you could remaster I'm talking to you, Bethesda, who actually is one of my sponsors. I'm talking to you, Bethesda. If you remaster that game, just make it exactly the same. Just upgrade the graphics, same dialogue, same voiceover, same music, everything. Maybe enhance the sound better like you have in Fallout 76. Fallout 76 actually does not get enough love, one, for its amazing perk system, and two, for its amazing sound. Because when you hear somebody back here, a ghoul right here, even with my marginal, iPhone headphones, I actually have really nice Razer Kokaris headphones. You know what happened to those? My wife absconded with those. Such is the way it goes. I've been married for 27 years. I've been with my wife 27 years. Again, I have three beautiful daughters who I take time every single day, make sure they get up in the morning and go to school and do all of that stuff. As a good parent should do. But yeah, if they sound like they're back here, they're right back there. You turn around, bam, there's that ghoul. Boom, you blow him away before he gets too close to you. Fallout 4 is my addiction right now. Yes, I have 2,500 hours in Fallout 4 live here on stream. I played through it 6 times. I played through the normal mode the first time. I guess I could be traveling while we're doing this. Let me be traveling while I'm doing it. This way I'm doing multiple things simultaneously. So I played through 6 times. Each kind of playthrough is about 500 hours each one. So I played through in the normal mode. I got to about level, I think it was about 60 or 70 or whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is too easy. Yeah, I'm not even going to finish the game. I'm going to start over again. So I went straight to the survival mode. Boom, right to survival mode in the second playthrough. Played through about 500 hours there as well. We finished it on the railroad line, which is very, very fun. Because the game, I feel like any Fallout game gets too easy along the way and so on. Basically, we basically played it through multiple times in multiple ways in the hardest way you can play in the hardest mode. So eventually what I did is I played through again in the new survival mode because they came out with an updated version of it. The third time, and I also played it in Melee. Now, if you're doing Melee playthrough of Fallout, it takes a lot longer to play through what you would normally play through. Because if you go in there with your gun, especially you get the Overseer's Guardian in Fallout 4, which is my favorite weapon of all time in Fallout. And it's not that it does the most damage, it's just the best all-around weapon, and I typically like shotguns anyway. And you just go in there, especially you get it early game. I can get it like level 10. That's how early on I can get it, because all of my settlements are generating cash very early on. So I can literally just take that cash, go over there, buy that Overseer's Guardian. Plus I spec very heavy in charisma and things like that, which is giving me a huge reduction in the cost of stuff. And then I just go in and I buy that Overseer's Guardian, and that's it. I won. At level 10, I've already won the entire game. And I find that fun. Until you get to Far Harbor. Then you get to Far Harbor, your Overseer's Guardian not going to cut it as much as it did in the very beginning of the game. You definitely need to upgrade into some bigger weapons. Though I still keep my Overseer's Guardian, for sure. I even have a full-size replica that I had 3D printed of the Overseer Guardian that I took to TwitchCon, by the way. Very, very cool thing. And you'll see me all dressed up in my yellow fedora and dressed up in my suit and all that stuff. It was a requirement to do that because what I do is I raise funds, typically every year, obviously not this year with all the stuff going on. But for the last 3 years, I spent about 800 hours on stream raising funds to bring my mods to TwitchCon every single year. So they get to come along with me, and then part of that condition of people donating is that I have to dress up in cosplay. I'm not a big cosplayer, but I have to dress up in my Wasteland Tycoon cosplay. And I don't mind doing it. It's a silly thing, to go around and do that stuff. I don't take myself too serious, which is what you'll find here in the stream. I don't take myself too serious. I just have a good time, try to bring moments of joy here. And that's what my stream's all about. And Halsey's one of those people who I really, really like. Another amazing streamer here on Twitch. Now, if you are in my stream, everybody, and you have not discovered, let's give her another shout out, mods. Not discovered the wonderful Halsey, go over there, show her some love. Hit that follow button. Check her out the next time she goes live. She does talk fast, even faster than me. And I actually slow down in there. But I feel like once you watch for a little bit, I think you really enjoy it, for sure. Absolutely. That's sweet. I know, huh? 2,500 hours? That's cute. But you got to think that I have tens of thousands of hours over the whole entire Fallout line, right? And I probably was playing Fallout before some of you were even born. That's how old school I am. I am the original gamer, the OG from way back in the day. I played the very first console as a child in the 70s, right? The Magnavox Odyssey, if you've never even heard of that, probably most of you. The original console, the very first one. Played the Atari, played all the things, stand-up arcade games, all that stuff my entire life. It's been a passion of mine forever. I've always, before it was popular, before it was at the level it is now, I knew that it would be this someday, that it would be up to there. Now, the funny thing is everybody always has someone older than them. They also have someone younger than them. The funny thing is when I go like the middle of the day, I'll go to like, the clinic, like you got a cold or whatever, you go to the clinic. And at the middle of the day, there's people in there who are 70 and 80 years old. I'm a baby to them. They're like, you're just 50. You're just a baby, right? And that's the way life is, which I find hilariously funny, right? I don't discriminate against age, what you look like, where you come from. I don't care about all that. I just care about how you treat other people. If you can be respectful here in the channel and like to hang out and have a good time, I'm down. Come on in. Let's have some fun. For sure. You're 51. See, look, there. I called it. That's why they call me Kismet, by the way. Called that ahead of time. I can't say at least I was in high school when Fallout released. I started on Atari. Well, there you go. See? I feel like it doesn't have an age limit. Gaming does not have an age limit. In fact, it's something that binds everybody, a bunch of different generations together, right? It brings us together. Hey, what games do you like? Oh, man, I like playing Animal Crossing, or I like playing Fallout, or I like playing building games, or I like playing sports games, or I like playing this. I don't limit myself on games. I play whatever I feel like playing. No one can tell me what I can do anymore. That's the great thing about getting older, right? Right, Tim Carrot? That's the great thing about getting older, because you realize that you answer to no one. You already been there, you done that, you've proven yourself to the person who you got to prove to the most, which is you anyway. That's the person you've got to prove something to. You got to prove it to you, that you feel like you're good enough, that you've done enough in your life. And believe me, I've done. I've been married for 27 years. Try to get that real life achievement, everybody. That's a long time, bro. But still love her just like the first moment I met her. She's feisty, though. You got to be a strong man to be with a strong woman. You ladies out there know what I'm talking about, right? You got to step it up. You got to change those diapers. You got to bring home that bacon. You got to every day, make sure those kids are getting up. Make sure those kids are getting their homework done. Make sure they're turning into a responsible, decent person. And that comes from your hard work, from your every day, right? Consistently, every single day. All right, come on, let's do something today. Let's get it going. Now, after the stream today, I'm going to go spend time with my kids. And that's what we'll do. We'll spend time. We'll go out in the backyard. We'll, I'll put up the slip and slide. They'll do that. Or I'll get the pool out. We'll play some badminton. We'll do that kind of stuff. Because I feel like that is the most valuable thing you can do as a parent. Not buy them expensive stuff. You can buy them expensive stuff. If that's what you want to do. Hey, it's more power. It's your money. You do what you want with it. But I learned something very early on with my children. And that is, I bought this really expensive toy for a 5-year-old. My oldest daughter, was 5 years old at the time. And see, 5-year-olds, they have no concept of money. They have no concept of the world. See, my children, even at 15 and at 12, they don't understand what the world's about yet. They haven't been out there. They're still under the umbrella of your parents, right? Your parents are providing all of those things in which everybody in the world struggles to get. And that's food, water, and shelter. Those are the top things, right? All the other stuff, that's a luxury, right? Playing games is a luxury, right? Having internet's a luxury, though it doesn't feel like it when your internet goes off, does it? All of that other stuff is luxury. Cell phones, cars, all of that stuff. That's a luxury, even though some people think that's a thing, That's a thing. I have 15 to go to catch you. Well, there you go, Crafty Plays. Keep it going, bro. Keep it going. Now, again, so I bought this toy. It was from Winnie the Pooh, right? You got Winnie the Pooh, you got Piglet, and you got Tigger, who's a tiger that jumps up and down on its tail. So it had this little spiral tail, and it was like $75. Now, I don't know about you, buying a $75 toy for a 5-year-old child is pretty expensive, I think. But it was so cool, and I thought, I'm just going to get it for her. And here's what she did. I gave it to her for Christmas. She takes it out of the box, right? It was like her first real Christmas of getting like bigger presents. She takes it out of the box, and she sets it over here. And then she proceeds to play for the next 2 hours with the box, because it had a transparent thing, and she put her dolls in there, and she was playing with the box. A $2 box, or maybe it was a $1 box. She got more enjoyment out of the $1 box than the $75 toy. And that told me, Kismet, hey, you need to reevaluate, right? Reevaluate what that value is to children. And that's what's so great about children. They have that innocence to them. They don't have all the other stuff that sadly gets piled on them as they get older, right? That you got to have the fancy car. And I've had the fancy car. I've made more money than some people make in a lifetime. I think the average person makes about $19,000 to $20,000. And they'd have to work their entire lifetime. And I was making 6 figures, bro. I'm making the big money back in the day. And I'm 20 years old at the time, making that big money. I'm not trying to flex or trying to, say, hey, look how awesome I am. I'm trying to tell you, if you're not enough without that, you're not going to be enough with it. I'm telling you. Because over the last 5 years, I have spent every last penny trying not to die. Because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. I was stuck in the bed for over a year. Saw 11 different doctors, ear doctors, nose doctors. I've had CT scans. I've had all of that stuff. And I spent my entire retirement and my entire wife's retirement just trying not to die. To paying for all these doctors and whatnot. I'm sure some of you can relate heavily, whether it's a relative of yours or whether it's you directly, know what that is to get into that debt. And then all of a sudden, here you are, 50 years old, rubbing those pennies together just to survive, right? But you got to have something that gets you out of the bed every day. And I'm doing it right now, which is talking to you and trying to inspire you to go do what you love to do. I'm telling you, it's out there. It's out there for everybody. But it doesn't come free, and it doesn't come without a cost of your time and effort and all of that as well. Make sure that you're focusing on the things that are the most important, right? Like your kids just want your time. That's the most important thing. I mean, I could be streaming here 12 hours a day, 16 hours a day, and then I can feel like I can get, further and further here on Twitch, but it doesn't have that value that I would have to give up, right? And eventually you neglect your real life too much, that's going to go wither and die. So you got to watch out for that too. So I try to find a good balance in that. It's never easy. Never easy for anybody. Don't think it's easy for anyone out there. Even millionaires are miserable, just so you know. They are miserable. You know why? Because they're on their fifth wife. They can't find anybody who loves them. They're depressed and all of that stuff. It's a human thing, not a social economic thing. Humans are inherently flawed, and that is the great thing to understand. And it's a great thing to have that empathy for other people too, who make mistakes. People are gonna make mistakes. I make them all the time. Watch me fall off the top of this thing here in a minute. You're gonna see it happen for sure. I feel like I had cancer and the diet low was wiping my savings. Oh yeah. Oh, bro, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. A couple of my close friends, including some of my streamer buddies, also had that problem as well. My father passed away from cancer, but he was 85, bro. If you get up into your 80s, I feel like GG, bro. You're high level, man. You're really high level in real life, right? And my wife's great-grandmother was in her 90s up there. Now, of course, everybody wishes they could live for a long time. I'm lucky to even live to 50. I feel like I'm incredibly lucky in that way. And I think of that every day, right? To get the most out of my everyday, inspire other people to go do what they love to do. And you'll see me do that from time to time, by the way. You'll see me kind of switch from hardcore playing the game to talking to you guys in the chat, which is my favorite thing to do, and then switching back to playing the game. So that's called Kiz Talk, as we call it here in the stream. Kiz Talk. And sometimes I get distracted from my battles, too. All right, we also play another side game called Stream Raiders. We're going to go get somebody some gold right now. Come on, get that gold, everybody. It's a little side game that we play. Very, very fun. While I'm running over here, trying to remember what I'm doing. Getting pipes, that's what I was doing. Getting pipes. Anything else I need to bring? Let's get some more stuff. Get him! We actually failed this. We never failed one of these before, the boxes before. But this time, instead of putting my healer in, I put my tank in. By the way, that's modeled after me, by the way. That's a custom skin that's modeled after me. Kismet, the Wasteland Tycoon. You see me dressed up, by the way, right there in the glasses on the side if you want to see what I look like in my outfit. And then that was modeled after that. And I actually have a character in a game. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I think that's like one of those childhood dreams that you have, and then like all of a sudden you grow up 50 years later, boom, you got something in a video game. Very cool. Let's see, men's coming in, getting that love, and we got Torment of the Beast coming in, MVP there, getting tons of gold. We'll come back to that later. Let's go up here to this little mouse one. And again, these are little battles that we can do. This is a free-to-play game, something that everybody in the chat's playing right now, so you can come and join us in the chat as well for some of that as well. So for everybody to come on in, join us. There's a link in the chat where you can go ahead and download it or actually use it in your web browser. You don't download it. You put it in your web browser and go from there. All right, where am I at? I'm over here. Gotta remember where I was. All right, put my sound back on. Off we go. Do you have a starting zone you prefer over others? You know, the funny thing about this game is I get so much into the building that I play mostly building, and I very rarely ever look at the terrain. That's just me. I've only played the forest one, and I've only played the new one here, which is the desert one. Those are the only two I ever do, because I'm always playing, and then I'm like, okay, well, I want to make this better, I want to make this bigger, I want to make this bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they come out with a new update, and then I delete the whole thing and start over again. I love doing a fresh start. Whether it's in a Fallout game or whether it's in Satisfactory or whatnot, because what it does is it changes your perspective every time. Every time you start different. Now, great example, Fallout 76, right? I'm the only one crazy enough to delete all of my high-level characters. Now, you got to think that I play Fallout 76 not only in PC, but also on Xbox and PS4. That's how hardcore Fallout fan that I am. And I usually play with my community on PS4 and Xbox, as well as I primarily play on PC. But I have a character that was 130, 70, 100, 200. I can't even remember what level it was. I deleted them all when Wastelanders came out and started completely again. You know why? Because it's going to show me a different perspective, because it's all different when you're coming out of the vault now. When you come out of that Vault 76, boom, there's an NPC right there. You go down the thing, there's a new NPC there. You're doing those starter quests, NPC, 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 new stuff, new stuff, new stuff, as you're going along. I feel like you miss about 75% to 80% of the new content if you don't at least start a new character, right? Now, you can have up to 5 characters. You don't have to be crazy like me and delete it. But the reason why I delete my old characters is it motivates me to play the new one, right? Otherwise, you always have that, oh, well, you know, I'm going to go back and use my old character because he's all geared out. He's got all the best weapons and whatnot. So there's none of that temptation. So I just take that temptation away and start again from scratch and play through. Very, very fun. I'll do that. You'll see me do that quite often in the stream. And you're like, no, because it's restarting. Oh, yeah, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again, and we're going to learn even more the next time. And that's how I get to a point where I know so much about the game, is I like to learn it that way. Instead of going and looking it up on wikis or cheating or shortcutting or glitching or doing any of that stuff, I like to play through multiple times, and every time I learn something new, every time I'm gaining more insight into the game mechanics, and even discover some new stuff that maybe nobody's found, right? Which is kind of fun. Kind of fun to do, especially when the game has just launched, right? And you're finding all those kind of little tidbits of neat stuff along the way. When are we getting these teams IRL? I don't know. Hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow we get these suckers. Because, hey, Elon Musk, bro, get it going on here. Don't make a big tube. Make a single tube. We all can ride through the single tube. Sorry, if, you know, somebody's coming this way and somebody else going the other way. Bam, you're going to run into each other. That won't be good. You'll have to have one-way tubes. All right, so where we left off here was we were building our hypertube. We had to run back, and we had to... Oh, I got to take the end of this off. We had to run back to get more materials. You're going to have that problem quite often here in Satisfactory. So while I was talking to you guys, I was running over there and getting materials and coming back and doing all of that. I'm always in the middle of doing something that's got to be done. And so we're running our hypertube. Oh, I thought that reached. I did it one too far forward. There we go. So what we're doing is we're building a transport system. These are called hypertubes in the game, if you haven't seen it before. And we're also bringing our power line. Now, what we're doing is we're adding an extension of this on to go and get more power. And in this game, again, the name of this game is called Satisfactory. In this game, it's all about the power, bro. Because the bigger your factory, the more power you need, and all of that. It's definitely awesome. Now, they also came out with this game on Steam, as well as they originally came out on the Epic Game Store, but they're also on Steam now, and I feel like this game is a complete steal. A complete steal for how many hours you get out of it, and how enjoyable it is to play. It has the single greatest building system in any game. And I played thousands and thousands of games, including Fallout 4, which has its own building system, Astroneer, which is a great building system in there as well, and so on and so forth, 7 Days to Die, and all of the various different ones that have building systems in them. And the one thing about this game is the subtlety of building. Like if I hit the middle mouse button right now, boom, it grabs that thing right there, and then I can go ahead and build it out. This little metal edge here, if I put it here, it knows that I want to go that way. If I put it on that one, it knows that I want to go that way. And now, that doesn't seem like a big deal, but go try that in 7 Days to Die. Go try that in Fallout. You know how awkward that can be when you're trying to build stuff out beyond where you are. In 7 Days to Die, you would have to lean out on the edge and try to get the edge and then hit it, and then sometimes you would fall to your death. And that's why this is so great, is the subtlety and the detail that they've spent a lot of time thinking about and figuring out is so great. That's why I love this game. Great. You make this game? I feel like that's a question I don't even need to answer. Obviously not. I don't make games. I'm a graphic designer, not a game developer. Though I would love to remake the game Taipan. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard of the game Taipan. Let me know. Let me see how many peeps are that old school as me. All right, there we go. All right, now we're getting down to it. We're getting down here to our oil. We have 3 oil nodes that we're going to be tapping into here, and we're going to be producing power over here. Also, we're going to kind of fill in the rest of this, so we don't have to go all the way back that way if we don't want to. We could literally go this way. So we're going to be working on that as well here in a little bit. I don't think that has any power, though, so we'll have to run some power there, too. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to extract oil. Then we're going to take that oil and we're going to produce power. And so that's why we got our things there. We got some bad guys down there trying to shoot me. I see you down there trying to shoot me. And that's why I have my base up higher, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, and then we'll go ahead and bring this down. Let's say, you know what, let's go ahead and stop it. Do we want to make one go that way? I kind of feel like we do. So let's go ahead and, let's say, hit it right there. Up. Clicked it a second too late. There we go. Another thing about this game, by the way, is it doesn't, you don't lose your loot. Your resources when you're building. What it does is it'll give you all your resources back, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, then we're going to go ahead and pick this up. And again, watch how wonderful this building is. Ready? It doesn't seem like much when you're watching, but it's a lot when you're a big-time builder like me. I have tens of thousands of hours building stuff in various different games across all the years. I can tell you, I have a lot of hours. It could be up in the hundreds of thousands of hours at this point over the last, 40 plus years of building stuff and playing games. Let's see. Embarrassingly, you know what Taipan is. Now, Taipan, for those who don't know, other than me and Rotisserie G, is a really good one. Can you play with those that have it on Steam? I don't remember if you can. I kind of think you can. If I'm thinking correctly. I don't remember. I think there was something they said you had to do or something about that. I don't remember directly. We'll have to look it up. Let's just go ahead and ask the internet. Let's go see. Can you play Satisfactory from Epic Game Store to Steam? Yeah, look, it auto-filled the rest of it in too. How to play Satisfactory multiplayer between Epic Game Store and Steam Satisfactory. The Factory Simulator challenges you the thing. How to play Satisfactory between Epic Games and the Game Store. So I go above and beyond. I don't just say, hey, go Google it, because I feel like that's incredibly rude. And there you go. There's that article right there. How you can play between the Epic Game Store and Steam. There you go. Enjoy. Enjoy. Now, I don't know if that's multiplayer, which I think it says. Yeah, multiplayer. Peer-to-peer. Has a bit of an article on how to do it. Go for it. I'm really good at searching. I can find really quick answers like that because of all the years of searching, for sure. So yeah, I feel like anyone who doesn't have a crossplay game or they're blocking crossplay is fail. I feel that every game should be crossplay at this point. There's no point in blocking people from playing the game of crossplay. There's no upside. They think there's an upside because they're like, hey, well, to play this game, you and all your friends have to buy an Xbox. Well, guess what? Everybody's already chosen their side, bro. They've already chosen what platform they want to be on. If they haven't bought your platform yet, they ain't going to buy it. They ain't going to buy it. Don't force them to buy an extra Xbox that they're not going to play, or PS4 or whatever. That they don't want to do. If they've got a $4,000 PC or whatever, or even a $2,000 PC, don't force them to go buy something on top of that. I don't feel like that's necessary. I don't feel like it works. I feel like they would get a better benefit by just making it crossplay. If you can make Fortnite crossplay, you can make any game crossplay. Come on. Come on. We could have a Fallout 76 crossplay. We could have a Satisfactory crossplay, right? We could have all of that. And you know what went crossplay recently? No Man's Sky. You can play it across all of the different platforms. So there you go. Now we have to go back because we're out of concrete. So we're going to let this go. Now here's what happens sometimes when you're coming up. You'll be going very slow. One of these things that I wanted to try was the double whammy, as I call it, where you have an entrance and another entrance, and you fire yourself from one entrance into the other entrance. I feel like someone came in the channel and said that was a thing. I might try that at some point, but we'll see how it goes. My guy's speeding up a little bit now. What if I hold down W if he goes even faster? I don't think it has any effect at all. If I hold down S, it'll have an effect because it'll slow down. But there you go. Thanks. You're welcome. There you go. That is one ginormous link right there. Ginormous link. Actually, I should probably click it and see if it actually works. It does. It does. I never even heard of these people before. But yeah, that's how to get it going on. Other thing I want to play is that Avengers coming out for PS4. I have a PS4 Pro. I have an Xbox One X. I have the Switch. I have all of that stuff so I can play with all of you guys. But it is sorely neglected. It just sits over there. I feel bad sometimes because somebody could be playing the heck out of that right now. Somebody could be playing just a crazy ton of games on that. I feel like I want to get it so my kids can at least use it because I'm a very heavy PC player. I don't care what platform you play on. It's irrelevant to me. I don't, it's like, do I care what kind of socks you're wearing today? No, I don't care. It's all about the games, right? It's all about having the fun together. I don't care what platform you're on, whether you're PC, Mac, Android, iPhone. I feel like that whole entire thing about battling all of that is just an advertising thing. I know because I've been in advertising for 30 years, so I definitely know about that whole advertising thing. I feel like it's a waste of time. You got a great product? Show me. Show me how great your product is. If it's a great product, then I may buy it. If it's not a great product, you won't hear me talk about it ever. I will never talk about terrible products. Did you build a mega factory on Fallout 4 once? Not just once, hundreds of times. I have a lot of mega builds in a lot of different games that you can go see on my YouTube channel, by the way. You can just go search for mega builds, Kismet, mega builds. Check them out. There you go. One of my favorites is the Norhagen Beach, the Beacon of the Wasteland. 4-story vault with just tons and tons of cool stuff in there. Including my overseers, which means I'm the overseer's overseer, which is pretty cool. They manage all my vaults for me. Very, very cool. That's a fun one always to kind of go back and look at. All right, so we're coming. Oh, I went too far. Now that I think about it, I should have got more concrete from that last one. There was more over there, but that's okay. We'll get some more and bring it with us. Always could use a little more concrete in the long run. Look at that. It's going way up there. That's where my power is up there now. I used to have it way back the other way, way back over there, kind of close to the ground level, but I love building up here on the top of the waterfall. It's nice and flat up there, too. But they said they are going to revamp that, so if you do a huge base and you're afraid of having to redo your base, I never have a problem redoing my base, ever. I never have a problem of tearing everything down. Look, this is a gigantic mega base here. I tore the whole thing down to start over again. I never have that problem of just saying, oh, I could have done that better, and just starting over. I love doing that. I know it's always better the next time. That's how I think about consoles. I only buy Nintendo console, and the rest is all PC. Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you have a thing, the most important thing is what the purpose of that thing is, not the thing itself, right? Whether it's an Xbox, PS4, whatever. It can be the interface that you don't like. It could be the company behind it you don't like, or whatever it is. But it's the end result of that thing. And I feel like a lot of manufacturers lose track of that. Again, remember, I worked at Apple for many years, who just, everything is about how well that product is and what the end result of that product is, right? What the functional use of the product is, not just the product itself. What is somebody going to use it for? And I feel like a lot of places miss that. Like the function of a Xbox and a PS4 and a PC that plays games is to play games. That's their function. And if you can't play games with the people you want to play games with, then that sucks. You want to have the ability to play any game with your friends, no matter what platform they have. Maybe they can't afford a real expensive PC that's got the best cards and the best, CPU and all of that stuff. But they can afford an Xbox and a PS4, something like that maybe, or maybe they can't. Maybe they got to get an old version, right? They got to get a PS3, right? Something like that. But still, you want to be able to play with your friends. That's the purpose of gaming. The purpose of gaming is to enjoy and share that experience, that gaming experience together, I find. That's what I like to do anyway. Or to have a solo experience too, especially when you're playing a Fallout, right? Like New Vegas or something like that. Have that cool experience where it's just all about you and you're the lone wanderer and you're wandering around trying to rebuild the wasteland, trying to win the hearts and minds of peeps as you go. I love that solo player games as well. And I forget who it was who said that solo games were dead. Oh God, there's a person who doesn't play games. That is an instant foot into the mouth. Who doesn't play games, who has no idea what they're talking about. Because the people who play games know that's not true. Absolutely no, it's not true. Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong one here. Let me grab this one. Know that people just absolutely love single-player games. They absolutely do. I'm a big fan of single-player games. I play a lot of them. In fact, I'm playing this single-player right now, and I have hundreds of hours in this game, too. All right, so we got that done. We got the power run. We got all this going. Now it's time to actually, after 2.5 hours of building infrastructure, we're actually going to build our power. So let's get that going. Let's go ahead and get over here. Build this out a little bit more. And I'm just here for the oil. I'm not here for anything else. And so we're going to build these toward each other. We're going to build that this way. We're going to build this a bit that way. I'm going to run the power over there. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is get some power to our oil thing over here. And that's easy because we chained our current power that we're using to here. Now, the funny thing is I'm going to chain the power this way, right? I'm going to chain the power this way, and I'm going to run it to this. And then this is going to generate the power because it's going to come out, generate the power, and then it's going to run the power back the other way. So the power is not going to no longer come this way. The power is going to go that way and then feed all the way back to my primary base. We're also going to work on this up here too. Hopefully I don't forget. Get that going on. Speaking of, I got to kind of check out over here real quick. There we go. Lots of buttons. Also checking my redemptions and stuff like that. Also, thanks to everybody coming in, hitting that follow button. We got Yog coming in. We got Graham Pager coming in. IRT. We got Bo Senrich. I'm going to guess. Secret Potato. I swear you got Secret Potato. Yep. I swear you guys make these names make it tougher for me to say them. But that's okay. If I butcher your name, consider it part of my charm. I do it all the time. All right. Let's go ahead and keep on rocking here. We're going to go ahead and bring... we're going to switch our set here first. Switch our set to pipes. I think it was number 6. Yes, number 6. Okay. And so we're going to need to bring some power over here. So let's start with that. We're going to go ahead and bring our power right up here to the edge. Stay right there. And boom. That's off and running. So that's going to... Look at that guy down there getting all rowdy. Getting rowdy. So that's going to start that up. So let's go ahead and grab some of this. And we're going to block this in a little bit. I don't want that one. What I'm going to do is just kind of build around the outside of this. That's too close. I'm going to build around the outside. This is so I can get up to it like this and try to reach the thing. You can see it's got a platform there that I can try to reach. If I can't reach from this side, I might go ahead and do this side. See if we get right next to it. We can't get there. Like that. Now, this is a deal killer right here. If I can't get next to this, then I don't want to have to jump across there and look at it every time. I will actually readjust the direction of it so that I have that ability. And we'll go ahead and take these out by holding down Control. I will readjust it so I have the ability to get right next to it. And that allows me to check. What the... Oh, I did. My inventory's full. What the heck? Why is that down there? It put some of my excess resources down on the ground there, and I got to go down there and get them at some point, which I don't really want to do. But now that we made that mistake, we are committed. Let's go over here and let's drop some of this in here, just to give us some room. So if we do take stuff out, yeah, it's down there. We got to go get it. Now here's a little trick. We can go ahead and use a conveyor. So we're going to use our conveyor pole first. Turn that around, put that on the edge. And then we're going to go ahead and switch to our conveyors. And so we're going to use a 1 to go down. All right, so I'm going to use my conveyor to go down. Now, also I can use the conveyor to go up. So what we're going to need to do is run down here, get out of our building mode, grab that loot, dodge that, and run back up as quick as possible. And then, of course, whoa, look out. Get up, get out of your coffee, bro. There we go. And then you take this out so they can't make their way back up here again. Now, those are little bees that came after me there. I didn't see that thing off the side. They tried to get me as well. But there we go. So that's a quick and easy way to run down there, grab your stuff, get back up before they get you. And let's go ahead and turn it this way. Oh, let's go, yeah, this way. Turn it sideways that way. And then we're going to go ahead and pick up this, and we're going to see if we can get right next to it. There we go. And now the reason why that's important is so I can get next to it, roll over it, and I can configure the oil extractor like that, right? So you definitely want to be able to see, okay, how much is coming through. It goes up to 600 flow rate, which is pretty crazy if you think about it, that you can get 600 flow rate out of there. You could split it into multiple pipes and get that running, because a pipe can only hold 300. So you definitely want to split that as quick as possible to get that max flow rate going if you want to crank it all the way up. But I try to keep everything at the lowest level without being overclocked, because I feel like most of the time the overclocking is not worth the power cost that you do. And sometimes it is, by the way. Some of the very high manufacturing, that is totally worth it. Why no big stick? Because I just didn't feel like I got around to it, or I put it down. I know how you feel about what I'm about to say, so there it is. I hate Windows updates. Yeah, it's the worst program ever. Windows Updater is literally the worst program. It's like stuck in the 80s and 90s. It is so bad. I hate it because every single time it does an update on my machine, it costs me an hour of my time to go in, reset up all my stuff, fix all my sound, put all my stuff back the way it was before. For some reason, it feels like it needs to change all my stuff back to default, even though I don't want it to do that. It just adds so much work. It's literally cost me thousands of hours for it to update my computer. I feel like if you're doing that and you're causing thousands of hours times millions of people, that's hundreds of millions, even billions of hours you could be costing everybody. That builds up, exponentially, very, very quickly when you're at the level at which computers are. That's just so much wasted time. Just because the people who made the updater did a terrible job of it. I feel like at this day and age, it shouldn't change any of your settings. It shouldn't change any of your settings unless I tell it to say it, change it. But every single time, that's why if I'm late for the stream, most likely that's what I'm doing. They push an update right before the stream, and then my whole entire setup is screwed up. It sucks. Another thing that it loves to do is do updates when you're in the middle of something. If I'm playing a game, it should never update. It should never restart my game. If I'm in a spreadsheet program, if I'm watching a video on YouTube, it don't matter what I'm doing. It should never say update. Too bad. Restart. It should never do that. It should never, ever do that when I'm in the middle of actively doing it. Now, if my computer is on sleep mode, if I haven't done anything on the computer in, say, 30 minutes, and it says, hey, it's time for an update, as long as my stuff's all saved, then I got no problem with it. But if I'm actively doing something, I've had it done many times where the updater will come up and start updating when I'm actively playing a game live here on stream, or I'm doing, I'm streaming up to Twitch, right? It should detect that the actual CPU usage is being, this is not a hard thing. Any of you who know programming know that you can check the status whether the CPU is being used, say, above 10%. If it's used above 10%, don't do the updater, right? How long would it take you to write that code, right? Not that long. Not that long, I tell you. That should be like basic stuff to a lot of the people who are doing the level at which they're doing at these gigantic companies. That's basic, right? And they should also have the awareness as the people who are making it. See, the problem with engineers is they don't always have the awareness of the end result, right? Of the people who are at the end who understand, hey, wait a minute, if you update my machine in the middle of my stream, boom, it's going to knock my stream off. It seems obvious, but those obvious things go unknown to peeps who are doing that stuff because they're not at the end. They're at the beginning. If you only think of stuff at the beginning, like, okay, what do I want to do? I want to update this thing because it has this problem. But then when you push out that updater and it causes all sorts of other problems, then you're not thinking of the end result. As a graphic designer, you got to think of the end result. You got to start with the end and work your way backwards, right? If you want to make this t-shirt, you need to do, number one, who's printing this t-shirt? What are the drawbacks of what type of printing you're using? Are you using dye sublimation? Or are you using silk screening? What kind of printing are you doing? That's where you start. You don't start with the design first. Don't do that. You will really sabotage all of your artwork if you do that. It'll make it 10 times harder. You start with the end. What am I printing it on? What am I printing on paper? Am I printing it on a billboard? Am I printing it on a CD label? Am I making a poster? Am I making a comic book? What am I doing? What quality level is it going to be, right? You start there and you work your way backwards, right? I always go, okay, who's going to print this for me? What kind of quality of printing is it going to be? And these guys do a great job, by the way. This is my buddies at Stream Elements who do an amazing job on shirts. So I always think of the end result, right? Like if I'm doing a magazine, how many pages is it? Who's going to print it? How's it going to be printed? Is it going to be on a web or is it going to be sheet fed, right? That stuff, you start there, and it applies to any business. Any business, start at the end. What does the customer want to do when they're playing on their Xbox? They want to play games. Who do they want to play games with? They want to play with their friends. Do their friends have an Xbox? No. Oh, well, hey, maybe we should add crossplay so that they can play with their friends because that's what they want to do on some of those games. See how I brought that all the way around, everybody? See how I brought that around in a gigantic circle? It doesn't happen all that often in my stream because usually I get sidetracked, but that one I brought all the way around. That was pretty good. You consider recording what you do via a keyboard macro, and you set your machine back up and just run that once it's updated. It might even work occasionally. You know, the funny thing is I've been using a macro program recently to back up all of my clips here on the stream. I'm making a huge archive of all the clips and all of my videos, which I typically do anyway, but I'm shifting them from YouTube over to Twitch. So I'm going in and cataloging and making sure they're edited right and all of that. And then naming them and all of that. It's just like a gigantic thing. I've already spent, I don't know, 400 or 500 hours on it. It is a ginormous task because you got to think of it's over 5 years. I should have been doing it over the last 5 years. That would have been a much better thing. But they didn't have all the features they have now of managing your clips and managing your videos and all of that stuff. And you'll see that happen over time. I'll start to add those in and roll in because you can only do so much. I'm not going to sit here for 500 hours and just do nothing but clips because everything else will go down the drain, right? Down the drain and we'll go. All right, so we got that working. We're able to walk up to that. And that makes me want to say, okay, let's just go ahead and rearrange this. And we'll put that back there. We'll take this out. We'll just go ahead and readjust this. Actually, we'll take this one here. Run that across right there. And now down to there. All right, that's much better. And then again, whoa, look out. All right, oh, that one's got to go. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our piping in again, number 6. And, we want to put our thing in first. Let's move it forward a little bit. There we go. It's right in my way. You troll. All right, there we go. We got that back up there. It's starting to pump that oil. And it's going to take it and pump it up here. Now, our biggest problem, of course, is the fact that it has a pretty heavy lift right there because it's going straight vertical. So one of the things we're going to need, and again, notice how I avoid him, the line of sight, the mob down there. That mob's just going to respawn anyway. If I kill it, it'll just be there again. So I don't worry about it. So we can see that it has a up arrow here, and you want to put it as low as you can because remember, it's pushing it, not pulling it. Up that thing. So there we go. And you can see right here, this part right here is expanding. So we're seeing that it's actually pumping lots of oil there. We want to go ahead and take our power right here. And we want to run that down to our thing. And then we're going to see this is starting to separate over here. And that has a certain lift value. And we'll have to go down and look at that lift value eventually. But we're going to go ahead and bring this out. And we're going to bring it across the road here. And so what I'm going to do is go ahead and just run this across here for now. Now it's going to block my road, which I don't really want it to do. There's actually a little trick you can do. You can actually run it underneath if you want to. Run it underneath the road, bring it up on the other side. I'm not going to take the time to do that right now, but you can definitely do that if you so choose. Same thing with all your resources. You can run them underneath all of your foundations as well. All right, so while I'm running this, let's go ahead and do a quick little side battle. To battle, everybody! Let's go! Let's do it! To battle! Make sure the image actually fits the t-shirt, too. That's true. Gotta have those templates. Gotta have those templates. For sure, for sure. All right, boom, slide that over there. JJ coming in, getting some extra love, and Mr. Money coming in, getting the overall MVP. Nice job. Let's see. Yeah, see, we'd have to go 4 there and mystery 4. I really don't like the mystery ones. I feel like we've been getting hosed on those so much. We can go down, but then we got this blue one here. I wonder which one's harder, the gold one or the blue one? Once we commit, we're committed. Or we should be committed, one or the other. All right, we can go up here and say gold. I kind of feel like blue would be harder than gold. All right? You know, you got to do what you got to do. Let's go up this way. And I feel like we'll take on this one here, the catapult, which is 4. And we can't get down there without going this one. But we can't go backwards. So you can't go backwards in the thing. It's like I can't go back to that one. You can only go forward. So if I go this way, I'll have to go this way. If I go this way, then I have my option of going either way, but we still will have to hit this one. We'll still have to have enough people to take that one out, and I don't think we do. So I feel like we go this one, we could go either way. Let's go this one for now, and we'll see how it turns out. Now, these little troll guys are rough. They start sending out tons and tons of mobs. So we're going to kind of beeline for them trolls. I'm going to beeline for this corner over here and get that going on. So feel free to come and join me. I suggest to step it up to a whole nother level. Put down as many units as you can. It is a free-to-play game. You can find it right there in the chat. Find that link. Come and join us. The whole rest of the chat's playing. You might as well come and join us. All right, so while you guys were watching that, I kind of expanded out a lot of these frames, or a lot of the foundations, and I put down this refinery. Because what we want to do is we want to take the oil and we want to refine the oil into something. Like in this case, we want to go ahead and think about making some fuel for our actual generators. So we go to our power. We have our fuel generator. Do we have enough stuff for that? We don't have all of our stuff for that. Okay, that's okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start shifting all of our resources from our other place over here. So that we can utilize a lot of that. So we're going to go ahead and just put down some boxes. Usually I put it by wherever my entrance is, so it's easy to find. And then we're just going to store all of that, store all of this. And then now that we have a nice little transport system, we just go back and get some more loots and bring it back up here and then build out a bunch of fun stuff. I feel like it does speed up if you hold down W. Especially when you go through those rings, it starts to accelerate you more and more when you go through the rings. Yeah, there it goes. Every time you hit one of those rings, it makes you go a little faster until you reach kind of like max speed at this grade. Right? It's all about the grade of it. It's like when it's going up, it's going slower. When it's going down, it's going faster. Sometimes when you're coming down, like we come down off the top of the waterfall, man, you're coming down at like 100 miles an hour, man. You're coming down really fast. It's a lot of fun. Good stream. Have to go back to work. All right, sounds good. It's for, oh my gosh, like 2.5 or 3 hours have already gone by. I'm telling you, man, I have the greatest time playing here on the street. Greatest time. Now we got a whole bunch of refineries and stuff over there that we're going to work with later to get our resources going. But again, you know, you gotta have to go back and forth between building stuff and Working on your power, building factories, working on your power, building factories, working on your power, etc. I'm going to grab all of this. This we don't need. That we don't need. Let's fill it up with this. Oh man, we got most of it right there. Most of it in one shot. All right. Now, while you're traveling, by the way, great time to work on your inventory. You can go over here. You can work on stuff over here. You can roll over this, whatnot. Look and see what you need, and so on. Oh, I already put my nail gun away. I should have had my nail gun when I was trying to zap those bad guys. Now, there's like a nail gun that you can use. There's a longer sword that you can use. There's also a rifle that you can use as well, which I haven't even done. And someone asked earlier, why not use the long one? Just because I haven't got around to building it. I don't really use it all that much. I don't really battle mobs all that much in this game. I mostly ignore them because they respawn. So if I kill that mob, doesn't do me any good, because the next time I come over here, guess what? He's going to be respawned back right where he was before. So I find spending that time, I could be building stuff instead. So that's why I very rarely see me killing tons of mobs. All right, now let's go ahead and see. We want to go ahead and create a fuel generator, so we're going to go ahead and click that. Looking good. Did we bring the... Oh, we didn't bring the rubber. That's right, we need rubber for that. That's okay. Put all this in here. Go back for it. One of the first things you want to produce with your oil is rubber, because that allows you to produce other things in there. I knew I should have grabbed it. I thought of it at the second, but then I all of a sudden went, oh, I'm running out of space. So it would have been smarter for me to leave the concrete and get the rubber than it was to get that extra bit of concrete. But such is the way it goes. That's why we have hyper tubes. Hey, Razor, how you doing? Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate everybody hanging out in the stream today. We're having lots of fun playing some Satisfactory. We're getting there, everybody. We're getting there. We're almost to the part we're going to fire up. Oh, look, there's some stuff down there. Maybe some alternate recipes we could get down there. I'll have to go checking that out later on. Go for a little adventure. Unlock all that stuff. I mean, there's always so much more to do in this game, I find. There's literally thousands of hours worth of stuff you could do in this game. I mean, you could tap all the nodes. You could build it more efficiently. You can build it, you know, far away, close up. You can go exploring and find what's really on the edges of the map and whatnot. Always lots and lots of stuff to do, which I really like. Pick that up. What do we got over here? Nothing. I think I was doing canisters. Yeah, I was doing canisters there. I think we were fooling around with that. Let's take all that up. Don't need canisters anymore. Am I even using this one over here? Yeah, this is producing fuel. So yeah, fuel and then empty canister, and then it's running that into here so I could make some extra fuel. That's what that was. That was just me making some extra fuel for my vehicles. I have enough of that. No reason to put that resource off there anymore. Let's just have it go straight there. This right here is running this extra polymer resin into the awesome sink. Over here. Yeah, here it goes. And this is making fuel right here. These gigantic industrial buffers are making fuel, and I've basically separate ones. You can see I've got some over there, and I've got some over here. It's kind of like two separate lines. It's coming off our industrial container, and we have two separate refiners running that into there. Now, this is basically what we're going to do again. We're going to do this basic thing here. We're going to do them in groups of twos, and the reason why is because the math works out that way when you're splitting that in half and whatnot. And so these over here, these require just the fuel. So if we just look at what we've done here, we can just replicate that where we're going to. So again, we're taking crude oil and we're putting it into fuel and resin, and then we're putting it into a box temporarily in case it backlogs, and then the actual fuel itself is going into a fuel buffer. It's got literally 2,400 extra fuel in there in case the power goes out or whatever it is. It'll still keep feeding that fuel into there, especially since it's at the same level. It will just keep feeding that in there, even if everything else gets cut off for whatever reason. Keep that power going. So let's go. By the way, you want to get the skates early on. If you don't have the skates early on, you can't jump over these pipes. It makes it really tough when you have your pipes at the ground level. I like to have them up like this, even though it costs me some extra pumping, which you can see I'm vertical pumping here, and I have 2 pumps that are, actually I think it's 3 pumps. 3 pumps, yeah. 3 pumps vertically pumping this way up here. And that's why I brought my other one down, so we don't have to use as many pumps, doesn't use as much power, whatnot. But there we go. All right, we got that going. Let's head back to the other side. Have you tried the game Scrap Mechanic, Kismet? I have not. Mods, let's go and put that in my kids' reminders to put on my check it out list. Will you maybe one day start playing Satisfactory multiplayer? Oh, absolutely, Razor. Once they come out with private servers, I'll be making a gigantic mega server, as I always do for all my fun games I like playing. I feel like having your own server is like the future of games, right? Having your own server where you can just say, hey, this is my server. I'm going to configure it the way I want it to be, and invite all my friends to play, and they can play whether I'm on there or not, right? I feel like that's always the most fun. I feel like that's the real great part I love about 7 Days to Die, is that you can set up the server, everybody comes in, we all play together. It's not bogging down someone else's computer because it's doing all the processing. It's not bogging down their internet because they're just connecting to the server and the server's sending it to them versus them connecting through all of these points to get to your friend, and then it's got to send it all the way back through all of those points as well. Whoa, look out. Make sure you got your exit aiming in such a way that it didn't fire you off the edge, which is the exact reason why I have that there. Okay, now we're back. We're good to go. We've got that rubber now. Let's grab some of this stuff out of here. We don't need that much of that anymore. All right, we'll grab all of this. This way I don't have to look at every single thing. I just grab a whole bunch and we'll stack it all in there nicely. And we'll take out the stuff we don't need as much of. Put them in the first boxes here. Don't need that much of that. Don't need that many computers. There we go. And again, concrete, don't need that much right now. There we go. Store it and take it. Don't need screws right now. Don't need that many heavy frames. Don't need this. And the rest of this stuff we want to put back into there, which gives us another slot. Don't need that fuel. There we go. All right, that's looking good. All right, so let's go ahead and go in here and let's keep going. So we want to make some fuel. Now this fuel is going to have a byproduct of resin, so we can use that resin to make stuff out of it, or we can just run in the Awesome Sink, which is what I'm going to do. But eventually we'll come in and utilize that. Now this right here, if we go and look at the throughput right now, the flow rate's looking pretty good right now. It's come to a stop because it's basically needs something to go to. And the thing we'll want to do, of course, is create our industrial container. Let's hope we have enough for that. Let's see, where would that be? Organization. There we go. What do we need from that? We need plastic. Let's hope we brought some plastic, or we're going to go for a long run. Nope, I think we used up the rest of our plastic. Oh, yeah. All right, well, I guess what we're going to do, we're going to go for another long run here. And I feel like I could have moved that stuff over there. Let's make ourselves some other boxes over here, and these are going to be like our working boxes. All right, let's go ahead and jump in here. We got to go get some more plastic. That's just the way. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I got an idea. Let's finish the rest of this out on this side first, and that'll give us a nice shortcut. Let's do that first. Nothing there. All right. We're going to finish out our vertical entrance over here that we started before when we were coming down to kind of explore this. We're going to work our way up there. Anonymous Mouse coming in, says, Kismet, let me show you some love with that awesome sub love, everybody. Also with the follow. Show Anami Mouse some love in the chat, everybody. Let's see some hearts for the brand new sub. Greatly appreciate your support in the stream, coming in, having some fun. We're having a good time today. We're building out some infrastructure for some of our power. And right now we're going to go ahead and make a little shortcut here up the top of here. And we're going to get to, let's say, right here. Now, one of the things that is really great about going up versus going down is that it's a lot easier when you're building because it's not as awkward. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the number 7 here, which is going to go ahead and bring us up. Now I'm going to kind of go up that way, and then I'm going to curve over, and I'm going to utilize some of the stuff that we already have. So I'm going to basically, I'm pressing number 6 down here, which is giving me my 8x4 foundations, and then number 7, which is giving me my ramps. And I'm just going to go back and forth on that for a while. And again, we're trying to get to what's already pre-existing. We got to get up to about that level. All right. I was acting a little odd there, but we'll do what we got to do. So we ran this all the way around the long way, and now we're trying to run it around the short way. So whenever we need to go grab some resources, we won't have to go as far. It's good to kind of have the ability to estimate like distances so that I know I'm not going to run right into the side of that when I'm making this kind of ramp over here. It makes it a lot easier. Now I'll only build this ramp, use this ramp probably once to get it going, unless I of course lose power. But it's going to get this going, and then I don't have to walk up this ramp anymore. Just so you know, look at that, boom. That's how much we built in just that little bit of time. It does build quickly, very, very quickly. All right, I feel like one more. Then we'll go up a ramp, and then we're going to turn. Right, yeah, up a ramp. And then we'll start turning. And I'm out, of course. It's always the way it is. Right when you get to a certain part, that's when you run out. There we go. Isn't this the awesome dude who played Skyrim? I played a little bit of Skyrim. I'm probably not most known for Skyrim. I'm probably most known for Fallout. Most known for 7 Days to Die and other building games like Astroneer, Satisfactory, things like that. Probably most known for that. I wouldn't say that I'm the ultimate Skyrim player. I do love me some Skyrim. Skyrim is an amazing game. For sure, for sure. It's like a milestone in gaming. Just like Witcher 3, like milestone. Absolutely. Incredibly, incredibly great game. Fill this in a little bit. All right, there we go. So we went ahead to grab some more concrete to fill the rest of this in. And we're just going to build it up to the level at which we already have it. Right here, there we go. And we might need to go up just a little bit here. Let's go ahead and make it up just a little bit. There we go. Oh, actually, we need to go up quite a bit here. Still aren't to that level. There we go. Let's see if this works out. Again, I'm not, I didn't plan this out. I didn't say, okay, I need this many blocks and this many things. Sometimes you just go for it. You just go for it, see how it works out. I'm pretty good at estimating distances. It's probably one of my best things that I do, is be able to visualize distances and make them work out for me perfectly, like that. So yeah, there's no pre-planning there. I just visualized it as I was going. That's what you do. Look at these things I used to get there. And we're having some fun using some vertical hypertubes, which I feel is very, very fun as well. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and... I don't think I brought my stuff for my hypertubes. Maybe. Let's see. We're going to build a hypertube into here. And we'll build it right over to here. Now this one I'm not going to use all the other stuff. By the way, if you hold down Control, you can rotate the angle of that. I'm just going to go ahead and build this out old school when you're not using ramps. Now also what this does, by the way, when you do it like this, is it acts as a railing so you don't fall off. Another great use of your hypertubes and other stuff as a protective railing. I'll set this down just a little bit here so that does that kind of nice corner, and then all the way down far as we can go here. And right about here is when then you'll start using my stackers right there. Now look how far away you can build in this game. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? How incredibly precise you can be and build really, really far away. Really exceptionally done. Well done. All right. And we'll go ahead and put that there. Bring this down. There we go. All right. And so we'll create another entrance. Let's say this way. And I'm not going to stack anything on this. So that's why I'm just kind of using the non-stackers on some of these just to speed it up a little bit. And now we're going to run this power. Do we want to run from there? We'll run it from over here. We'll run that power right up against these, which is how I like to do my power. We'll go ahead and add an entrance. Now, here's the cool thing. We don't actually know where that ends at the other end. So we don't know where it is. I don't remember where I cut it off. So let's go see. Let's go see the hard way. I might die here in a second. Let's see. I did call you Fallout Grandpa for my girlfriend, since you are as kind as a grandpa and just as wise. Aw, thank you, Void Hunter. I consider that a huge compliment. I've learned so many things about Satisfactory, starting a complete new game recently. So much fun. Oh, absolutely. 7 days that I could use that fill-in mechanic for building instead of block by block. Oh, absolutely. Let's see where this takes me. We were having fun using vertical versus the ones that are kind of more in an angle. Oh, dang! Booyah, everybody! Booyah! Right to there. That's nice. That doesn't have any power, though. And this doesn't have any power. But we'll fix that. Hold on. Let's get this. Well, it does have power run to it. It just doesn't have a power pole connected to the rest of my power over here. I can see I disconnected it. I tore this whole entire thing. This is the my central power right here, by the way. It's all my coal power. Very nicely, neatly done over there. It's not just about what you're building. It's about how you build it sometimes. How you build it and how it looks. I feel like that's a big factor in Satisfactory. Is how nice you make something look. I'm just going to go ahead and take this hyper tube. Extend that back the other way. We'll just keep this going. Oh, darn, I'm out of resources again, so I can't bring that up. That's okay. Most important thing is we get our power kicked back on. Boom. Now that has power back there, and we'll get some more stuff that we need and bring that back. But we need some plastic. Now watch this one. This one's fun. Whoa. Whoa. We're going faster. We're going faster. Look out below. Here comes a Kismet at 100 miles an hour. Pachoo! Spits me out. There we go. That one's really fun. Brings me back to my base. Now here at my base, this is my central area of my base. It has all the resources that I'm using in my current stage of the game, including a lot of resources that I built in the higher stages of the game, which are industrial containers, rotors, all of these various things. And I've put them here so I can grab them, like plastic. Obviously, I had some plastic production going at some point. And we're going to grab some plastic to be used on our thing there. And we also need to grab some more poles and stuff so we can build more stuff. And you see I actually have it organized by the way you actually do them in the like the constructor and things like that. I have all the concrete style stuff together and the crystal, as well as all the wires and the frames and all of that stuff kind of in order based on its tier in which you build it, which is a lot of fun. And of course this is like starter tier stuff over here. You've got your poles and you got your screws and you got all of that stuff laying around. Now there's a crazy tons more resources just laying around over on the other side that I haven't bothered to get yet because we're trying to finish this power. And I don't even know if we're going to have enough time, but hopefully we get it started. We're going to finish this power, and then what we're going to do is we're going to build a sorter. Now that sorter is going to run around the back of all of our containers, and then I'm going to put it in the first thing, and it's going to run it along there, and it's going to say, is this a plate? Yes, it is. Boom, run it in there. Is this a pole? Yes, it is. Run it in there. Or if it's not, then it will keep going down the road. Now, the problem with that is that the fact that these are full. So if I try to run it in there, it's not going to run in there. It's going to stop. So we're going to need probably an additional sort container behind it so that we can just put stuff into those sort containers as well and just have it automatically sorted. Now, of course, those could get filled as well. So how do we work around that? Well, another way we could do it is instead of running it into here, we could go ahead and run it up to the top and tie it into our other stuff that's feeding into the top. And then it will feed down when it needs to. And then when it doesn't need to feed down, we have excess resources. It'll take those excess resources and it will run them out and throw them in the awesome sink. That's what it will do with all of those. So we'll get to that in a bit. But first, let's get some more poles over here. And let's take our... Now again, notice how it's feeding it down. You can see it in that upper right corner, maybe. It's actually feeding it down from the container up above down into here. So whenever I need it, it has it nice and handy. We're just taking 100 stacks. I feel like we're going to definitely need way more poles. Way more poles. All right, we'll count that as good. That looks good. Okay, and then we'll go back. I got to remember which one goes up there. I think it's this one's the one that goes up there. Try to remember. That's what happens when you don't play for about a week. You forget which pipe goes where. No, it's the top one. See, it's that top one right there. So we need to follow that top one. And it ends up right here. This one. There we go. Now, it'd be nice to label that. Of course, you can't color it. You can't color different colors. Hey, bro, good luck. Well, thank you, Whoop COD. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I'll probably buy Satisfactory later today. I love building factories. Oh, the Void Hunter, man. You can get it on Steam now, too. If you want to get it with the rest of your Steam library. Though you can also get it on the Epic Game Store. Either one. I wonder if it's on sale. That's a good idea. Let's go see if it's on sale anywhere. Always looking for a good sale. Saving money is making money. Satisfactory on sale. Is there any deal.com? Oh, that's cool. I've never even heard of that website. Let's see. Current best is 10% off on Steam for $26.99. The historic low of Satisfactory was $20. Oh my gosh, that's a deal right there. But even for $26, bro, this game is totally worth it. You're gonna get hundreds, if not thousands, of hours worth of playtime out of this. For sure, for sure. At least I know I am. I'm not even trying to go that fast in game either. I mean, I can play this for months and months and years. You gotta think this is not even the final product either. Oh, that was the other thing I forgot. Was the copper sheets. All right. What is that noise? Oh, that's from that website. I was like, wait, what's that? What's that music? I went in and took the music out thinking it was in the game. Isfer coming in, wants a tip and a hat. That's for you, Isfer. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you hanging out in the stream. I do try to rotate and see those and kind of work those in as I go. All right, my bad. Back we go. I was okay. We should get there really, really fast. I love going through the hypertubes every single time. I enjoy it every time. It's fun. All right. And by the way, in these boxes here, tons more potential loot. Actually, this one's empty. That one's empty. Take these out. Yeah, look. Loot, loot, loot. All of this. All of this is filled with loot. When we tore down the other side of the factory, we had to bring back a ton of loot. So that's all got to be sorted as well. So let's get that going on. I feel like in the future, if I were to play through again, I would build the sorter first. Because I'm always sorting stuff. Always sorting extra resources and whatnot. And if it could just go and do that for me automatically, I'm down for that. I am so down for that. All right. Let's see. What are we doing? We're trying to get ourselves some more copper sheets. What can we leave behind? I feel like we'd probably leave a bit of this. Behind. There we go. We got plenty of that. And then we're going to grab as much of this as we can get. Oh, wait, not that. Never mind. Changed my mind. As much as this as we can get. There we go. Let's take the 31, put that back in, take a 100 one. So we're not carrying around low-level stacks. All right, one more time. Let's go. Let's build in the rest of this. My nose is itching. Build in the rest of this. Let's get it going. And we're going to learn about sorters here in a bit. I just need some additional power. I feel like you should always, every time you go into build, you should always have like a main focus. Like, what are you going to do today? All right, I'm going to work on my plastic. I'm going to work on my storage. I'm going to work on transport. I'm going to work on extending my thing out, right? That's always a good thing to stay focused in what it is. Otherwise, you get very distracted constantly. Like, I should also be over there manufacturing a whole bunch of stuff. But I feel like if I'm off doing that, I'm not doing this, which is power. I feel like power is always the number one thing that gets you. I like to have my tubes up a little bit, unless I'm using it as a railing. Prevents me from accidentally getting in there, too. All right, and again, let's go ahead and run some power. That one doesn't have enough room. We could expand that one, but we can also just grab it from back there. All right, let's test it out. The whole point of us going back there in the first place, and the thing you need to remember, is I went back there to get some plastic. So if I don't make it with plastic all the way to the other end, then I failed my mission. Look, I got my little car there. You don't want to do that on dirt because it slides all over the place, but it's fun. All right, there we go. And now this should take me very quickly. Wow! Oh, that's awesome. Whee! 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 Holy moly, look how fast that's going. Patoo! Bam! Right in the face. Took a pipe to the face. Took an arrow to the knee, everybody. All right, an arrow to the knee and a pipe to the face. All right, so that was fun. Again, that's kind of the shortcut back to our primary base, and then this will take us all the way around to the other oil that we're working on. All right, so let's get this going over here. So again, we need a refinery. Or we need our container first. That's what we're doing. Our industrial fluid container. We're also ready for a battle, too. So let's go ahead and get that like that. See, I'm kind of tempted to run that underneath. You know what? Let's do it. Let's have a little extra fun. Let's run that underneath. That's what we're going to do. All right, let's do this battle first while I'm figuring out the logistics of that. All right. Open the cap chest, slide that over to you guys. Boom! Amethyst Lady, Haldar, Zerthi, JJ, and Torment of the Beast coming in. You guys all getting some love. Torment of the Beast coming in MVP of that round. So, oh yeah, we made it. All right. Oof. Again, should we go this way? And then we're committed to going across there, which would be a double 4. So that one 4, this one 4. But if we go down this way, then this is kind of easy sailing to the boss. Hopefully. Let's see if we can get that one done. Again, we're going to go down here in this corner. Make sure we take care of these trolls first. All right, down here. I love my little character. It came out so good. They did such a great job. Their artists over there are awesome. Again, come join us, streamcaptain.com down. Put as many units as you can down. It does help us out. We try to get them wins. Get everybody that loot. All right, so we're going to go ahead and use our pipe here, right? And then we're going to run it across and up into here, except for I built the wrong thing. It's going to be helpful if I built the correct support for it, which is right there. There we go. Okay. And we grab that. We run this under. And, oh, it's just a little too far. So we're going to go ahead and, God. Now we open up a world of pain. They love to go underneath there. Only got one shot, so you gotta wait for it. Alright, we get it? Alright, good enough. So run that pipe down there, and we'll run it right up to there. And then this is where we want to put our pump. It's actually in a better position there. And then we can go ahead and run our power, say, to there. Run that down to that, and that'll get our pump going. And so it's coming out of over here. It's going underneath the road and then coming up like this, so it's not blocking my road up here. And that pump is then pumping this up. And again, we're going to need to reach that area right there and reach this eventually so that we can see what the lift is on that. So we're going to have to go down there at some point. Again, I don't spend too much time fighting the mobs because they only respawn and not worth my time, I find. So we'll come back to that. All right. An industrial buffer. And I also kind of feel like maybe we should make it where it's not coming up as high, because then we can line it up to our industrial buffer here. Say something like that. Oh, that was way offset. That was not right. All right, let's try that again. Again, I love the fact that if you make a mistake, it's not that big of a deal. You can just go ahead and take it out, put it right back down again. There we go. Line it up a little better. I feel like maybe we'll do this instead. Grab this. We'll just run it. Ah, no, it's clipping. We can't have the clipping. No mas clipping. Let's take this back out. Take this pipe out. I don't do clipping. Ever. Don't do it. I don't like it. I don't like doing it. Let's say right there. Yeah, still clipping. Still clipping. Let's move this power pole out of here. We'll find that magic. You know what? I should put this on my bar, too. I should put this on my bar as number 7. There we go. And we're gonna hang that over the edge a little bit. Like that. There we go. Now it's not gonna clip through the edge. Now we can run it right to there. Now we can put our thing back. Now, by the way, when you're putting this in, be real careful that you know what direction that the flow is going. If it's going the wrong direction, it will literally stop your oil from flowing through there, which you definitely don't want to happen. So we want it to go this way. I think I might have had that backwards last time too. I'm glad I changed it. Then we'll put this here. Put that down onto the pump. There we go. Then we should see the oil going through. Yep, see this thing expands to show you that oil is pumping through there. And then here at the top, this should start to fill. Yep, right here, the number's starting to go up. And eventually you'll see it visually go up here too as well. But we do need to go down there and we need to take a look at that if that's working. So let's go ahead and create just a little kind of separate little tube. I wonder if we could do... I don't think we can do a tube in the floor. That would be cool. Yeah, so you can't put it in the floor. It'd be nice if you could put it in the floor too. There's a wall support. You attach it to a wall. I kind of feel like doing a wall over here and then doing something a little different, right? So we put a wall down. We can. I always have something in the way. Let's go ahead and do this. All right. Well, this will be even more fun. We can do this. Oh, that's too close. All right, we'll put it there. So what we'll do is we'll use a little bit more advanced stuff here. We can use our wall outlet. So we can grab our wall outlet. We can put it right here on the side of this. And we'll put it, actually, we'll put it to the side a little bit. Then we're going to go ahead and use our transport. We're going to use a hypertube hole. So we can just put that like that. And then we're going to go ahead and connect our power across to there. And then this down to that pipe. There we go. And then we're going to create a hypertube that takes us down there so we can look at this. Or really, in the case of this, this is so I can get back up. Because I'm going to actually jump down. And then we're going to go ahead and connect the in there, and then we're going to put a entrance here, and then we will connect it over here as well. So there we go. So we got all the power tied in there. We need to jump down there. We need to check this out. Let's go see. All right, so the max lift right now, the max lift of this, or max pumping of this is like 50. We want to see what our lift value is here. It's 16.9 out of 20. It should be less than 20. Otherwise, it's not pushing enough stuff up there. Right now, it's only pushing about 150. And so we need to go back and look at this. Did I kill that guy? Huh. That doesn't seem likely. Oh, I think I actually did kill that guy. Whoop. There we go. Wasn't even paying attention. Wasn't even paying attention to it. All right. So this is producing 60 per minute. We have a maximum flow rate of 600, but the pipe can only handle 300 anyway. So we've got 60 going through there. And that's good. And then, so our max, what's our max output here? Yeah, 60 M3 per minute. Right now we're getting up there, and sometimes the number goes higher, and the reason why the number goes higher is because it backlogs in the tube. It's backlogging in the tube and whatnot. I always double check my head lift here. It doesn't make a difference if it's 19.9 or 10. I find you got to watch this little meter on the right here too. Depends how much higher up this pump is pushing the fluid, right? So that's pushing it all the way, looking good. So let's pop back up here. Now this should be massively filling. Oh yeah. Ooh, mama, that's filling with a lot of crude oil in there. That's looking good. Looking good. I'm watching it if it goes up or goes down. It stalls out a little bit, but then it goes up. 50, 60. Nice. Now, I would also, you know, if you're really paranoid about it, you can go in and you can put another pump here, you know, halfway down. The more blocks up you go, the more, obviously, you want to add those pumps. And then we can look at it over here and then see what the rate of it's doing, if it's pushing it up much faster. I find that the fill rate doesn't really change if I add that second one. Like right now, our fill rate's about 80, roughly, between 60 and 80, maybe even in 70. And so if I take this out, right now it's 70. If I take this out, and then I look at the fill rate again, the fill rate is actually more. Because when that thing started up, it actually slowed down the fill rate originally, but it's going to go back down again. So I don't feel like it's always that necessary to put too many of those in there. Also, watch out that they're not going the wrong way, too. I already looked at the direction. It was going the correct way. So the fill rate is working just fine. That's what you're worried about, the fill rate, is how much it's filling this up per minute, whatnot. All right, so we got that going. Now we're going to go ahead and start with our fuel production. So we're going to do our refinery right over here. Now make sure you got the orange side. Orange side is the input over here. And we'll just run that into there. And now over here on this side, we are going to be producing fuel. And so it's going to be looking for crude oil. Now it's not going to start up until you put some power in there. It's not even going to start running it in there until you have power. So we're going to go ahead and tap in this power. Let's go ahead and upgrade this one. Do I have my stuff for upgrade? I do. We'll upgrade that one so we get more lines off of there. We can have up to 7 now. And we'll run that on the side. And then now that's going to start up. All right, so we're converting crude oil into fuel. And then we're going to use that fuel to power our power plants. That's the whole use of all of this stuff over here. Right now, it's bringing in 40 fluid M3, or outputting 40 fluid per minute. The input is 60 per minute, so each one of these nodes can have their very own refinery. And then that can run out and fuel up the actual power plants. So we got that one going. We wanted to start converting that into fuel. Now, the fuel that is coming out of there, we want to also have a place for that to go. So we want to go ahead and get some more foundations going here. There we go. There we go. Mobs only respawn if in 3 game days have passed with malfunction machining with 200 meters. I think of their spawn point. That is in theory true, but there is the theory of stuff, and then there's the things how they actually work. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I have machinery by the nodes, and they still respawn. So it happens, especially if you have like mining and stuff like that. They'll still respawn. It depends on what you have by the node, right? If you have an extractor by the node, then they respawn. They will definitely respawn because I'm way up in the air. If I built it around it, then it doesn't respawn. But I don't like to build at the ground level in case something else from over here comes walking up, gets on my platform, and follows me up there and tries to wipe me out. I feel like it's never a good idea to build at ground level. That's just asking for trouble. Just asking for them to come and get up there and surprise you at some point. But I also keep my health low because if I die, I don't like wasting all my materials. That's just me. I don't care if I die. No big deal. Keep rolling on. Whoa, speaking of dying. Ah. But yeah, again, there's always the theory of stuff and then how stuff actually works. And again, this is early access, so they may fix that later. That might have been their intent to not have it where it respawns. But I can go back to my base and I can show you 15 nodes where they're all respawned, even though I have the miner there and I have other equipment. But also a lot of my stuff is up by at least 2, 3, or 4 levels up off the ground. Because here's the thing: when you have iron and you have iron going up, it requires no additional resources, no pumps, no none of that that it requires with fluids. Now, when you have fluids up really high, then it requires a lot of extra power. And the whole point of me using these fluids is to make power. So if it costs me more power to make the fluids, then I'm actually having diminishing returns. So that's a good time to build it lower when you're working with fluids. Or in the case of water, build it up really high and then let gravity take those fluids and run them down, which we have done before. We did that in our previous kind of build here in this playthrough, where we were running the water down to see if it would gravity feed, and oh yeah, it gravity feeds. It does. It's really cool. Really cool. Just like when you're in the hypertube, you speed up going downwards. The same thing with the water. The water will run without pumps going straight downwards, which is cool. So if you can find your water up higher and then run it down, less power it takes, more efficient it is. All right, so we're making fuel. So now we need one for the oil in the background so it can backlog some oil. And then over here, we're going to backlog some fuel. So we're going to go ahead and make another organization, this over here. And we're going to run, I feel like I'm going to turn it this way. So we can kind of run these toward each other. There we go. And then we'll run that out of there, into there. And again, this doesn't require any power. So you can just kind of start it right away and start filling that up. You got lots of extra. Now, the other thing that's going to come out of here that could stop our entire production, which is the polymer resin. Now, the polymer resin you can use to make other stuff, which I have done before. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and just make a little extra spot over here. And we're going to go ahead and utilize our awesome sink. I love the awesome sink. One of my favorite additions to the game to get rid of all that extra junk that you're not really using. It works fantastically. Now I'm going to go ahead and do it at the fastest rate possible. So throw it in there as fast as possible. There we go. Nice. Boom. You didn't even see it go. It went so fast. Got to run it some power. Oh, here comes some love. Extra lemons coming in. It said, Kismet, let me show you some love up here in the stream. Thank you so much for that sub love. Appreciate that big time. Getting us close to that 200 subs up there. Appreciate that. I did lower that back down. We did hit 500 subs from all the gifted subs at some point, which was one of my big goals 5 years ago to hit that 500 subs. But, try to keep a consistent amount of subs to, keep this crazy idea of mine called streaming going. But there we go. So watch him go. Zoom, zoom. Right in the awesome sink. Now what happens in the awesome sink is it takes all your extra junk and it makes you coupon. So extra stuff that you don't need, great way to just get rid of it, run in the awesome sink. you're good. You're Gucci. Now, you can also create a whole nother production line, but that costs more power, right? For me to run this resin and convert this resin into something else and whatnot, I just want the power. That's it. The power to do the awesome sink over here is not too much. I don't think it actually says what the awesome sink is there. Over here, it's 30 power. So 30 power is not that bad, especially when you run a bunch of stuff into the awesome sink. 30 power is pretty useful. All right, so now we got our fuel going this way, and now we want to build our whole point of what we're doing over here, which is utilizing our fuel things. Now, right now it says it's too steep, and that's because we don't have enough platforms. Let's get those in, or foundations, as they call them in this game. Isn't that awesome how wonderful it is to build in this game? I'm telling you, there's no game that makes it so subtle and so wonderful to build something like that out. It's just not on this level. I mean, there's some really fun building games, but the subtlety of how you can, go this way, you can go that way, you can go this one, you go that one, this one, you could even do that one out there. If I do it just right, I could do that one off to the left. It seems like not a big deal, but it absolutely is for sure. Been a long time coming. You're my favorite streamer at the moment. Oh, well, thank you so much, Extra 11. That is a huge compliment. I love being people's favorite streamer. I also like being people's favorite first person to raid their channel or to help them get affiliate or just to put a smile on their face in the day. I'm going to figure out my login stuff for Stream Captain. There you go, Free Your Daddy. Come in and join us. We're gonna have some fun. This game looks like Destiny mixed with Fallout. I guess it kind of does, doesn't it, Pink Ranger? Always great to see you, Pink Ranger. By the way, my very first sub hanging out in the stream right now. She got her special first tag right there, too. The wonderful Pink Ranger. When I first got my affiliate, she was the very first person to hit that subscribe. I greatly appreciate that. Show her lots of love in the chat. Show Extra Lemons lots of love as well. I do appreciate that compliment. There was a time in which I couldn't take compliments back in the day, but now I just say thanks. Right? That's the best thing you can do, I feel. Just say thanks to peeps who come in and show you some love. All right. Let's see. Fuel right here. Okay. And I feel like we're going to see how many of these. Now, I forget what the ratio is. So it's coming through at a certain rate out of here. It's coming through at 40. All right. So it's coming through there at a 40 rate. And we're going to go over here and see what this requires. I don't think it actually tells you what it requires. I'm remembering correctly. We had to figure that out last time. Look out! Here we go, baby girl, getting that 6-month sub badge. What was that noise? Oh, it was the noise of the thing going down there. Congrats on that 6 months of sub love. More love in the chat, everybody. Come on, let's do it. Blue Pixie coming in. Always great to see you, Blue Pixie. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're having a great time playing some Stream Raiders. We're doing some Satisfactory. Man, I had the greatest time hanging out with all of you guys. Hanging out with all of you. All right, let's see. We got this going over here. This is building up a nice little backlog of fuel while that's cranking out. And then over here, we're going to do 50 fuel. So it needs 15 per minute right now. All right, well, let's actually power it up. And the way you power it up is you go ahead and run a power line to it. Just like that. And then it will kick on, and then that fuel will start running in there. Never trust it. Always look at what it is. It's producing 150 megawatts, and its consumption rate is 15, which is a good thing to start with. So now we're going to have to do that tough stuff, everybody. We're going to have to do some math. I know, huh? It's tough. So as it comes out of here at 40, right? This is, really it's 4 M3 fuel, but it really comes out at 40 M3. And then the input over here is 15 currently. So we'll ask Suri, because she has nothing better to do. She's just sitting there. It cost me $1,000. So, which I'm still paying on, which I'll pay on forever at this point. Hey, Suri. What's 40 divided by 15?
40 divided by 15 is about 2.6666.
I don't know why everything is 666 with Suri. I don't know what it is. I'm telling you, she's possessed. So it's 2.6, which means it's less than 3. So 2 of these can be utilized for this, right? So we can actually get 2 of these power plants going. So let's get another fuel generator going here. And I'll show you a real easy way to do these pipes. Right there. All right, there we go. We're going to take this out temporarily. We're going to take this pipe out like that. No worries. It's not like it's using that power that's critical. So the great thing about pipes is pipes are dual direction. They're both a splitter and a merger. So what you can do is just connect them 2 together, which makes it awesome. Then you use your splitter here. Now I'm all down in the command keys here, by the way, which is the reason why I'm not going into the thing. I'm all down the command key so I can use it. And then what we want to do is put the junction here. Now, one of the things that might happen is it might be too close because of the way the offset is here. So let's go ahead and offset this properly this time. Put that in so it does match up to the other one. Now, you got to back up on these big items because like I couldn't see it was a little too far forward. There we go. And I needed to adjust the rotation. Out you go. Out you go. Let's adjust the rotation first. There we go. Then we'll eyeball it here so this all lines up. I can hold down shift, by the way. It doesn't always work, though, because it does try to align itself to other things. There we go. Oh, nope. Second I put it down and move forward. Look at that. You little. Do it as many times as it takes, everybody. Many times as it takes. There it is. And you're looking for that green line, but sometimes when I'm pressing the mouse button down, it moves just a little bit. As you're moving your finger, it moves just a little bit. Boom. You're doing it over again. All right, make sure they're nice and lined up. And then you go ahead and try to put this in the middle. Again, if that doesn't work, I don't want you to think it wasn't working because it wasn't lined up. But now it's lined up and it still doesn't work. So we're going to take that out. And we're going to go ahead and just kind of bring it out a little bit. Give a little bit of an offset. Like that. And then we'll go ahead and try to find an input level. Actually, we could take this support out. There we go. And then we can try to put that in there, trying to watch out for the clearance. That should be good. Huh. Yeah, those are 2 separate pipes now. Let's take that out. All right, let's do it like this. So we're going to go out, and then we're going to go straight out, and we're going to rotate it using our scroll wheel, and then we're going to move it forward by 2, like that. Same thing over here. We're going to line it up. Forward by 2, rotate it, move it forward this way. And as you can see, there's many different ways of doing the same thing. Again, we can connect these pipelines together, which I absolutely love because it makes it easier, there we go, to finally get in that split in the middle. And then we're going to run this into the center split. And then that's going to run in here and then run that way and that way. And then again, if we have a power connector, we're going to start those up. And of course, we want to tie it back into the rest of our power. There we go. And then when we go to look at our power, we just go to the power pole here. We can see that there's a jump in power. We just gained, let's see, over here we had 1950. We just gained about 300. Yeah, about 300 power. Because each of these are 150 and they're coming from this one node. Now there is some excess fuel, right? Because this is 15 and 15, that's 30 when it's actually producing 40. So remember there's an extra 10 there. Now, I could actually use that extra 10 on another one, but it's just not going to run as efficiently as these, right? And right now, I feel like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that other one because it does require more infrastructure and whatnot. But I definitely don't need one of them that's going on and off and on and off and on and off the whole time. Now, we also have another one over here on this side that we need to run some power to. So let's go ahead and start working on this one. And we're basically going to build that exact same thing we just built 2 more times. And that's how this game is. You build it once, and then you just do the same thing a couple more times. Right there. And we'll run this over here. How are we doing on time? Oof. Oof. All right, there we go. So that's going to work that coal. Now, I don't know how much coal is there. So we're going to go ahead and build our way over there. See if we get close enough. not close enough. See, I like to be able to get right next to it. Yeah, this one's gonna have to be rotated. And so what I will do is I will actually physically rotate it so I can get closer to the actual thing, so I can check and see how much it's producing, if I want to overclock it, all that kind of stuff, so I don't have to go down to the ground level. And it's not that big of a inconvenience to rotate it, right? To rotate it another way, like this. And then you grab this, and run it up as close as you can, so you can try to get it. Maybe this side. No, can't get it there. Can't put one there, can't put one there, can put one there, though. How about this way? That's encroaching. So yeah, so that way's not good either. I mean, I could jump over there and I can look at it, but I want to be able to access it from wherever I am. So let's go ahead and rotate that around again. Take that out. And let's say, what if I did it like this, right? This way. Can we get pretty close to it this way? I feel like that's how I had it before. Maybe at an angle? Sometimes you put it at an angle and you can get there. Which way do we have that? I think we had it the other way. Alright, let's take these out. And again, we'll go ahead and look at where the top of this is. There. I can't reach it there. Nope. That is a tricky one. Can't go that way, can't go this way. I think we already did it this way. Let's try it a bit at an angle. Nope. Still can't reach it even at an angle. Now, sometimes it just doesn't work out when you do that. Oh yeah, you can use walkways as well. But I like to minimalize, right? Use the minimum amount of stuff that's necessary. So if I can do it without walkways, which 90% of the time, 99% of the time you can. There you go. 99% of the time you can do it without walkways. You can just go ahead and just get close enough to where you have it turned the right way and find the right side. Bada bing, bada boom, you're good. And then you move on. All right. Now we'll bring our pipelines up. Actually, I feel like we don't even need that. We can just go like this. Move that forward just a little bit. There we go. All right. Then we're going to put our pump. Make sure it's going the right direction. Oh, time for more battles. Run that there. Now we looking sweet. All right. Let's build another power plant. Let's go. So first thing we want to do is build a nice big thing. We'll do that battle here in just a second, by the way, everybody. A nice big fluid container. Try to get it onto the platforms. There we go. Zigzag that into there, so that starts to backfill. And again, I like building toward each other when I'm doing power, so that by the time I get over there, I don't have to run the power line as far. But it is pretty nice no matter what. And then we're going to do a refinery. Now again, the producing power costs power, right? This is costing me power to extract it, to run it across, to put it into the refinery, to have it making fuel. All of that, you know, actually diminishes my overall max power. But if you do it right in the long run, it'll pay off. And let's see, we're going to go ahead and this is now running out to fluid container. Let me go ahead and finish this run here, everybody, and then we're going to do that. Let's offset a little bit that way. And that's going to take all that fluid and run it out of there. We need some power. Let's run that from there. Let me catch up on chat here. Doing math is also Math 2.0 day today, too. Oh, it is? Oh, well, there you go. What are your thoughts on overclocking to get the third power plant? Don't do it. I'm a bigger fan of underclocking than overclocking. Because, especially, great example, water, the water things, right? Water extractors, right? When you're extracting water, it's extracting it at a higher rate than the actual pipes can use. So if you're at 100%, even if you don't overclock it, if you're at 100%, you want to be at 84%, because 84% is producing 100, and then your next one's producing 100, and your next one's producing 100, which the pipe itself can only go 300. So you want to underclock those. The only time I overclock stuff is at the very end. At the very end of the production, or if I'm doing what I call an offline production, right? Offline production is this, right? Where you take a container, then you go ahead and you, say, put a constructor. And then a container. That's it. That's offline production. I manually put the resources in there, and then it produces whatever I need to build, and then it runs it out into this box. That I will overclock all the way up. All the way up, because that's something I need in the moment. Instead of me sitting there in the workbench and going, right, pressing that thing, this thing, I need it and I need it now. Get it done. I don't care how much power it takes. Get it done and get it done now. I need that resource so I can move on. Right? That's offline production. Especially when you get up into the big boys, right? You get into the real big boys, you're up into the manufacturer, right? You're in the big boy here. Now this manufacturer, that thing takes some parts, bro. That takes some power to get that thing running too. So say I got making modular frames. This thing's taking 55 megawatts, right? But how many of these suckers can I make at the time in which I got this unlocked? Not that many, because you don't have that many modular frames. You may not have a lot of encased industrial frames. It depends on how you, if you're rushing ahead, or if you're taking your time and building that infrastructure as you go, right? Those are the kind of two different styles of playing the game. Like I'm trying to unlock the next thing, I'm trying to get the next thing, and I'm building up all this infrastructure, or all this factory, but not the infrastructure behind, where you're not building up your power, and you're not building up all of your other stuff, and unlocking all your stuff behind the scenes, your alternate recipes, and all of that stuff. That's when you run into trouble. And so to not have to build as much infrastructure as I go, I can just overclock. And that works really great. So that's what I suggest. Other than that, overclocking burns too much power, and you could just build a second one of that thing, and you would be better off than overclocking. I could build a third one and just let it run that extra. Or what I could do is go in and split this in such a way, instead of it splitting in half, which is basically 20 there and 20 here, I could go in and I could split it so it's 15, 15, and 15. If I had, I'd have to be 45 to do that, but it'd be 15, 15, and 10. And then I could run the 10 separate, right? And there's ways of doing that. There's definitely, I could split it all day long and do that. It causes a lot of extra infrastructure, though. A lot of extra splitting and merging and splitting and merging to make all that stuff happen, which I feel is not worth it in the long run. There are so many nodes in this game and so much resources that spending a lot of time making that math work out, especially early game. A later game, it's really fun to do that. Early game, if you're trying to get that extra 5 limestone, I feel it's a waste of time. You know what I do? I just make 3 of them, and then I underclock them. And then I got 3 of them running at a lower rate, but then, of course, it's producing more, right? For less of a power cost, right? Instead of trying to work all that stuff out and make it work perfectly at the very beginning. I feel like it's much better to do that in the later game, because you have the faster conveyors, you're extracting more materials per miner, and all of that. Definitely more worth it later game than it is early game. But hey, it's really up to you. It depends on the situation as well. I mean, if you only got one node and it's a pure node, and you're trying to use that pure node at its maximum efficiency and you want to overclock, hey, go for it. It's up to you. Up to you. All right, get that win. Slide that over there. Boom. What do we got? Rotisserie, Zerth, and Helenar all getting some extra love. Me, I'm MVP. Look at me go. That's really going to be Kondo, because it's not me. I never put me as MVP. All right, good job. All right, this is the one, everybody. this is when you got to rise to the challenge. You got to use those epics. You got to use the legendaries. You got to put down a unit every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, you got to put a unit down so we can kick some butt on this one. This will be the showstopper right here if you guys don't go all in. So I'm putting the big boy in. I'm putting in the Wasteland Tycoon right there. Level 30, maxed out. Can't go any higher. Make sure to cluster around. Let's stay together, protect each other. I feel like we're going to need a dual attack on this one, because I feel like they're going to come from behind and from in front. Whenever I feel like they're going to come around behind the mob, I'll usually go to one side or the other, or come around behind the group, because it protects that group. Now, it's good to spread out a few peeps, just to keep them from running directly to our support. But make sure to fill out some support. And again, put down as many units as you can. If you've never played this game, every person is a vital part of the team. We need your help. We need it right now. Click that button, streamcaptain.com. Click that button. Go up there. It's a free-to-play game. You play in a web browser on your PC or on your laptop. And go in there and look for me, your Captain Kismet. You'll be access to the battle board. And you can put down some units. Even if they're level 1 units, that's better than no units. It's kind of like playing 7 Days to Die. A level 1 auger is better than no auger, right? Some of you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about. You're like, yeah, that's right, Kismet. That's right, bro. We're going to have some fun resetting our server this Saturday, by the way. Sorry about that issue before. It was a server-side issue with the files. I had to go in and actually go into the server. It took me like 4 hours to fix that, by the way. Offline time to go and fix that out. But it's fixed now, and it will now we know that's an issue. So in the future, we can look out for that. All right, so making fuel. And we want to run this into the awesome sink as well. So we're going to need to go ahead and raise it up. Now, what rate's this coming out at? It's coming out at 30, so we don't have to really worry about it, right? Yeah, see, it always does it in order. The fuel is the first one, and then the actual parts is the second one. So we just need one of these. Let's put it way up here. Conveyors are... When you start doing pipes, you realize how incredibly easy conveyors are. How so much easier it is. Now, we got an awesome sink way over here, and we want to bring it to our awesome sink. But we've got to get it around here and all the way over to here. So let's go ahead and use our really fast conveyors here. Oh, wait, we need to use a merger first. Let me get into my merging and belt set. There we go. Let's go ahead and put a merger right there. And it's automatically going to orient the direction for me. And then we're going to take this MK5 belt, and we're going to try to not cut... Oh, what? Oh, no, I'm going to go from here. There we go. We're going to run that off to the side. We're going to make a little spaghetti over here. A little spaghetti. Now, the reason why they call it spaghetti, because this reminds people of spaghetti, because it's just winding all over the place. You don't want to do too much of that. That triggers the entire Satisfactory community, but you can do it every now and again. Sure, base, do whatever you want. As you can see, I'm running that over. Now, I don't really need to run that over. I could have just run it around the outside, whatnot, but it's just fun to run that stuff over. So that's going to run as fast as it can out of there into the awesome sink. Get rid of it so I'm not using extra power to make stuff out of that. I want to make some power over here. All right, fuel generator. Now, also another good thing to do about your fuel generator, because the more power that you use... Oh, we need more motors. The more power that you use, both in coal and in oil, the more of that particular item that it needs, right? So say you're doing coal, it's you're at a certain power level, it's using up 10 every time, and then all of a sudden you're using more power and more power and more power, and you get to the top of that power, guess what? That coal plant's going to start using 15 coal instead of 10. And then you're really screwed because you're like, oh, wait, I don't have any more coal, right? So you got to adjust for that so that when it does that later, you're not caught off guard as well. All right, so good to keep that in mind. What did I come back here for? I forgot now. Motors, that's what it was. I very easily forget stuff. I'm actually doing a little better lately. A little better. Been focusing, concentrating on trying to... remember stuff better. Trying to increase the how good my stream is, all that kind of stuff. Trying to get lots more projects done. I'm always in a constant battle of backing stuff up. I need some more heavy modular frames. Constant in a battle of recording the stream, backing up the stream, and then recording it again because it's very easy to run out of space if I let it go for too many days. Because I'm literally recording right now about 300 gigs. I'll record just in this one stream. That's right. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy stuff. God, what was it? I've already forgotten. Heavy modular frames. That's what it was. That's why we brought all of these extra resources. So when I didn't need all of them. So when we need them, we'll have them. Now here's a cool thing. If you say you go into F like you're going to take it out, and you middle mouse button, boom, it just grabbed that. Grabbed the fuel generator. We've been trying to train ourselves today because I'm pretty bad on remembering to use it, and I've been using it all day today to just, use like the eyedropper, is what I call it anyway. It's called the sample building, which means grab that same building or grab the ground so I can put down foundations if I want. Or I could grab this thing, there's that, right? Just middle mouse button will grab whatever it is. That's a really, really helpful thing in the game once you master that. Get back into my pipe set, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to run this out. Oops. Run this out, move it 2, turn it that way. Run this out, move it 2, turn it that way. Connect that together. I feel like this is way too close. Way too close, but we'll just do what we got. That there. Let's see if we can make this work. All right. Well, see, if it clips, I take it out. No clipping. No clipping in my playthrough. It's your game. You can do however you want. No clipping for me. No moss clipping. All right. So there we go. 2 more power plants ready to rock. So let's go ahead and connect to some power. Say over here. And where do we want to tie it? We'll tie it back over here. And there we go. More power. So let's go look at our power right here. Now the thing I wish they had was on-off connectors, where I could take a whole section of my base and say, oh, this is making concrete. Turn that off. This little on-off switch. I mean, you could take out the line and all of that. But right here would be awesome, like they have in Fallout 4, right? You have a little switch, and you like click the button, or there's like a little switch down here. You could switch the whole pole off, which would be nice. But of course, if you're chaining in multiple places, you might be screwed. But if it's kind of, if you have a central pole, and that pole, I would color it a different color, like blue or something like that, or purple. And I'd know that was my central pole, and I could just turn that pole off, and it would only have one line coming in and one line going out. And the line going out, it would turn that power off. Then you can control whole sections of your factory and turn them off when you don't have enough power, especially in the beginning of the game where you're struggling to build that power infrastructure because you're also struggling to make the items that make the power structure, right? So yeah, very important to do that. All right, where are we at now? All right, now we're at 2550. Looking sexy. That's a good amount of power. Got 1 more to go. Oh, let's go take a little drive in our little vehicle. Let's go have a little fun. Whee! I love this little vehicle. It's so fun. Oh, we didn't finish this out either. We ran out of stuff. Always might help in a pinch. Exactly. Exactly. Especially early game. Early game, I would definitely start doing some overclocking because you don't really have a gigantic factory structure and you probably have a ton of surplus power if you've done it right in the very beginning. You'll have a ton of surplus power there. All right. I think we got to get... oh, no, this got some. Okay, cool. Now, one of the things that I've learned in this particular playthrough is make roads. These are my roads. I do not put anything on my roads. My roads act as a way of me saying, don't build here. And it does make it incredibly, incredibly easier to get around your factory. So I'm using this paint gun to paint a nice road in there, and that says, do not build infrastructure on here. Don't build teleporters or power or any of that stuff. Build it on a different one. Speaking of, Let's go ahead and build some transport infrastructure. I can get my fingers to go the correct direction. There we go. So we'll put one right here. We'll run this really far. Now, I'm not going to be running any conveyors or anything like that. When I'm not doing that, I will just literally just use the built-in instead of using the stackers. And then we also need to bring some power forward. Doesn't make any difference, but it makes a difference to me. Exactly where that pole is. That pole must be there. Only because I say so. There we go. Oh, that's too close. Too close to the thing. Alright, I guess I'll just use my stacker. Teach me to be lazy. Speeding up a little bit. Hope you don't mind. I think you guys got the gist of this. Oh, out of... oh, man. We're so out... We're always constantly out of this copper sheet. Let's go see if we put some down over here. I seriously doubt it. I doubt we left any over here. Usually I use up this copper sheet like crazy. At the beginning of the game, it doesn't seem like this copper sheet is that useful. But when you get to this, it all of a sudden, like, you need tons and tons and tons of it. Good idea to have a good production of copper sheets. Again, I seriously doubt we didn't just use all that up. These are all empty now. I'll take these out. I don't like to have extra boxes around that are just empty, because then I keep looking in them. And that bugs me. Alright, we need copper sheets. But luckily, we built a shortcut back to our base. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Gotta take that out on the way back. Look at that power just churning away down. Look, we built all that today. I built all that from scratch. And of course, also the rest of the connection, which goes the other way. Some of this was here from before. This is kind of vertical part, but that part of the bottom we added today. We connected it into a pre-existing thing that we had used before to get down there to basically say, okay, do we want to use this area or not? And there's really only 2 oil areas that are close to my primary base, which is down there and then over on the other side, which we're going to be using for materials. That's dropping me there. I kind of feel like I don't really need an entrance here now. So let's take this out. And we'll go ahead. So we can get those together. Ah! Missing it by that much. Alright, fine. We'll fix it when we come back. I need just a little bit more for that too. And there's my coal power. Running beautifully. Very stable. All my waters that are underclocked, so they're not wasting power. And then here is my current revamped base. And you can see all of these containers over there. Those are all double containers full of tons of all the resources that I picked up when I was tearing that whole part down. And we're kind of revamping the way that our base is going. But we need some more of this. Right over here. Now let's just take a bunch. And it's this one that takes us back up. I love this cup, by the way. I would get this cup early on. And the reason why you want that cup is so you don't always have like your gun out, or you don't always have like your little thing out, or your chainsaw, or whatever. The cup just makes it where you're just walking around with a cup. And it's not targeting stuff. It's not getting in your way. It's not blocking your view. I feel like it's a great use of that cup. Now, again, we need some more peeps over at Stream Raiders. Come and join us. We're going to need every single unit we can get. Let's go, everybody, to battle. Bam, right there, to battle. Let's get it going. Hey, we got our 5 retweets going as well. You can help the stream out tremendously by going out and following that second link right there in the chat. You can follow that as well. Click that like button, hit that retweet button. For the more people that retweet, the more Kiz Caps you guys earn here in the stream. For sure, which gives you the chance of winning more epic loot as well. We got to make sure we don't forget No Man's Sky. Yeah, we got about an hour. We got about an hour. I don't think we're going to have time to work on that sorter. We'll have to work on that tomorrow. Oh, that doesn't... Oh, my God. I almost fell off the side. That actually made my stomach sink. Almost fell off the side. Oh, actually, if I get in there now, I have to run all the way back. You know what? Let's just get it fixed. We'll run back. Actually, use our vehicle. Where is it? Oh, no, I don't have my vehicle on me. Luckily, there's another one sitting right here. We'll snag this one. Come on, go forward. Oh, all right, there's something weird there. Wouldn't go forward. Nope, we need our... Wow, it's actually aiming in the right direction for once. Watch out. Going in the water. Oh, wait, there was something that somebody said something. You could put your light up there. Which one puts the light up? Hold down. You hold down something. Oh, what was it? I forgot. There. Oh, you left click. I never knew that, everybody. Someone said that in the chat. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. All right, very nice. Or actually, we'll just leave that one there. Leave that one there in case we need it. Let's go. So I was taking out that gap because we don't need the gap anymore. We're going to either go all the way there or all the way the other way. We're not going to go up onto the top here. No reason to get up on top. Watch this going down. This is fun. Boom! Oh my gosh. Imagine doing that in real life. Woo! 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 Look how much faster I'm going too. And boom! No more pipe to the face there. Did not take a pipe to the face that time. I see you over there. Entrance. Now you are no more. All right, and we got this all tied in there. We got that power tied in. Oh, we were working on our extension over here. I feel like these hypertubes are a great boon to this game. Absolutely. You're not spending a lot of travel time doing that. All right. We got plenty now, that's for sure. And we're going to run that right there. You know what? We'll put our hypertube in, or put our support in. What the heck? Again, watch how far away you can build in this game. You just hit the center of that, boom, done. We need some power? All right, cool. Let's grab the power from way over there and bring that power up to here. Gotta give him some love for that, bro. That is not easy to do. To program it so precise that you could run it that far. I feel like that's a pretty tough thing to do. What's going on down there, bro? He's gonna get all aggro. I'm not even gonna worry about it. All right, let's see if we can get this. Let's just put it down that way. Grab this by middle mouse button. See if we can get nice and close to this. Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Run that way. You're like, Kismet, you're running the opposite direction. That's okay, as long as I can get close to it. That's all I care about anyway. Is getting close to it so I can see what the extraction rate is and all of that stuff. We'll kind of run it a bit forward here so we can get to the front of it. And then we're going to go back to our pipes. Over here. There's our 6. And again, we're just going to go... I feel like we're going to go this way. Build it out right there. Let's do it. Oh, really? Got no concrete, everybody. No concrete. Too funny. Let's put a Support on that one. Out of concrete. Back we go. I do a lot of this back and forth, because I forget or I run out of stuff all the time. Should make it shoot up the in for extra fun. Oh, yeah, that's fun too. Oh, absolutely. Just kind of shoot me up in the air. Of course, if I have my jetpack, it shoot me up in the air, and then I use my jetpack to land. I don't have the jetpack on right now. I love the skates, the Blade Runners. I feel like I use those a lot more than I actually use the jetpack. What do we need? Concrete. Let's go ahead and get some of that. What do we have too much of? We have too much of this now. We didn't have enough of it before. Now we got too much. Let's grab some more of this concrete. There we go. That ought to hold us over. Now, if you notice, there's been a current milestone up there for a while. I'm not in any rush to get it done. I'm not in any rush to get to the nuclear power. Right now, we're working on getting our other power going so we can get the rest of our factory going so that we can get to the materials that allow us to do the nuclear power. And that's what we're working on. Working on that. Okay, and let's go ahead and bring our power over. All right, over here. We're going to start that up. And we're going to get to our fluids. We have set to key set number 6. Bring that up. Rotate it a little bit. There we go. We're going to put our pump at the bottom level. Make sure our pump is going in the right direction. And then we're going to run that down there, and we're off and running. And again, the reason why you want to be right here is so that you can go in and say, okay, what's this extracting at? This one's extracting at 120, right? Our other ones are not. Our other ones are 260s. So this is a double node. So it's extracting at double the rate, which means we can get double the power from it. So that's pretty nice. Pretty nice to have that one. So let's go ahead and fill out the rest of this. And we're going to run double the power. All right. Now, while we're waiting for that to do its sexy thing there, we're going to make a big canister or a container to hold that fluid. We're going to push it forward a little bit here. And we're going to go ahead and run that into there. And then that could be backlogging that into here. Whoop, there it goes. And there we go. Now, this is coming in fill rate at 240 right now. And we go look at this. What's the rate at which it's going out? It's going out at 120, which means its flow rate is 300. Right? But it's going to go back down to 120 eventually because that's how much the flow rate is normally. But the reason why that flow rate goes up is because the actual tube, the actual pipe, starts to backlog that flow, right? So it seems like the flow rate is higher, but it's really whatever this is. It's really 120. So that's what that flow rate is. That's cool. That's cool. All right, and then we can go over here and we can double check over here. What's the flow rate over here? About 120. So that's cranking in there. And then in here, this is starting to fill with a whole bunch of that. And so on. Now, sometimes you'll need to go down there and check your head lift. I feel like we've already proved that the head lift here is fine with just one pump. On the other ones, because they're all at the same level and they're all at the same level height lift. So it should be about 17 or so down there. So that should all be fine. All right, so we're coming out 120, and then we're going to go into our refinery over here. Got our refinery going on. Again, notice I'm building toward where I came from that way. So I feel it works pretty great. And then we'll go there. And we're going to bring our power along behind this. And refinery. And fuel. And so that's going to produce fuel. Now, right now, that's got 60 going in there, right? Which is what we did on everything else. We did the same exact thing, except for this is not going at 60. This is going at 120. So it's actually double the refinery power. So we're going to go ahead and put our refinery in if we had enough motors, which we don't have. So now we got to run back again. And you can actually pre-do this, by the way. You can actually say, okay, I need this many of this thing and this many of that thing, and we'll tell you how much resources you need. But such is the way it goes, right? Such is how it goes. And the way you do that is you go over here and you say, okay, I'm going to need another refinery. You hit the little plus, and bam, it pops up on the side, tells you how much of that particular thing you're going to need. What else are we going to need? We're going to need some of our power plants. So we're going to need actually 4 of these power plants like that. And that's going to tell you what you need over there. Right? So we're going to need a lot of motors. We can also go into all the other specifics of all of this. We're also going to need an awesome sink. Let's get that going. Or we could run it all the way over here into the original awesome sink. We could just run it straight from there over to here into that awesome sink. But I feel like we'll just build it off the side. It's only 30 more power. I feel like it'll be worth it since we got double the amount of power going from this one. And we're coming back for our motors. Let's hope we got enough. Hiding around in here somewhere. I thought I brought a good amount of them. Yeah, there we go. 100, just what I need. I need 70, and I have 100. We've got enough computers. We need more rubber. Oh, that's going to be a problem. I don't think we brought back any more rubber. Oh, boy. Okay. So we're going to need more rubber. What else are we going to need? Let's see. I feel like we're good on everything else. All right, rubber. So there's no reason to run all the way back there if we don't have enough resources. We might as well just go ahead and run back. A little coffee. Run back to our primary base. Yeah, we might run out of time for No Man's Sky today. I was always trying to get this one last thing done in Satisfactory. The only thing I'm going to do in No Man's Sky is just build up a ton of those things anyway. I might actually even do that offline. I might do it offline one time and just go in there and build it up. But if I'm doing it offline, I might as well be here just talking to you guys. That's the way I am anyway when I'm playing games. Wouldn't these be great, like when you're going to work, pop in one of these, boom, you're at work. No car, no gas, doesn't cost you nothing. Maybe like a Hyperloop pass, Hypertube pass that you have to buy for, 12 bucks a month, something like that, $5 a month. And it just hypertubes you wherever you need to go. As long as I still got my coffee cup unspilled, that's what's important, right? That your coffee didn't spill. Look at this. Now, we had pipes running down here. We had it running to that side of the factory, which is great because it gravity feeds the water. But we're good. We need some rubber. All right. Now, we have a little bit of everything laying around way over here. Even though my rubber production isn't even in production right now. We've got a bunch of it sitting right over here. In fact, we got multiple boxes of it because you can see it's feeding down. It's refilling that slot. You can watch it. It'll kick in that other slot. See? Right there, it's refilling that in. So we actually have a bunch of boxes of that. And so I feel like we've got enough of that. Let's just double check before we go. Yeah, we have 300 of 200. And away we go. All the way to the other side of the thing. There's about 2,000 away, by the way. And when you build up this kind of structure... it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of building the resources that you need to build the hypertubes and to build all the stuff. The most annoying thing, especially early game, is the fact that you don't have a lot of inventory slots. So it makes it even tougher. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, how can you take a lot of resources and move them from that side over to that side? Well, you could use your truck, you could build a train, you could just carry it back and forth through the hypertubes. You could create an automated system where you have a truck that just literally just grabs the stuff, and drives it over here automatically and then drops it off. Like what it does is it records what you do. So if you get on your vehicle and you say record my actions, it will actually record where you drove to, especially if you stop at a truck stop, and then have it stop there and then have it drive all the way back, grab that loot again. You can create a circle of it collecting loot for you automatically. Now I feel like it's not as good as using conveyors or whatnot. Here we go again. Woohoo! It's not as convenient as using conveyors or pipes, I feel, because sometimes those vehicles run out of power and you got to make sure that it has enough fuel being made, and that's more power that you have to use to run those things, where conveyors do not use power, by the way. Conveyors do not use power. If the power goes out, those conveyors will still keep running. They'll still keep running your loot down the line, which is pretty cool. Pretty coolio. All right, back over here we go. Almost done with this. Mods, let's make sure that we go ahead and try to find some raid targets if you haven't already done so. And there's another battle. All right, let's battle it up. All right, this is going to be the tough one. This one's for all the marbles. Let's do it. 99 to 158. Maybe. Rotisserie G running away from the bad guys. No! I don't like it when they kill my healers. Oh, it's tied up. 60 to 60. Oh, going down. We're at 50 to 50 now. Pretty even battle. This is a good one. This is a good one. You guys are kicking some booty. Let's zoom in on the action. Let's do it. Up, down to 40 to 30 now in our favor. All right. Oh, no. We're going down again. We got to get over there. They're killing us off from the ranged. My guy and his big butt can't make it over there. Get over there around that rock. Oh, my gosh. I think we won that one, everybody. We got a special chest for that. By the way, nice Kismet banner you were using there. What's inside? Let's see. Oh, my gosh. Someone's going to get 200 gold. And I'm just going to pick it randomly. Here we go. I'm going to press a random button in 3, 2, 1. Boom! Heldar! You got 200 gold, bro. I've never seen that before. I've never seen 200 gold drop before. Oh, I forgot to do the thing at the top. My bad. I was so excited to do the thing. That's okay. You got tons of gold. Congrats on that, everybody. Blairhorn coming in with 37 kills and 22 assists. Congrats on that. That is some serious gold right there, bro. Great teamwork on that one. Great one. All right, let's keep going, everybody. Let's keep going for that boss. I don't think we have enough time to finish it in this stream, but I will be back tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. I'm going to be going for about another 30 minutes, and then I shall be back tonight. We'll be playing some Fallout 76, as well as doing some more Stream Raiders for you guys as well. And then we're going to do the same thing on Thursday. We're going to be doing a bit of Satisfactory. We're going to try to get No Man's Sky in, and then we're going to play some more 76, and then on Friday I'm going to try to run Battle Days all day. I think it was Monday, or I can't remember what day it was, Saturday, Sunday, one of those days. I did like 9 hours of just battles. It was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So feel free to come in. Now, again, if you see me running battles, by the way, here in the stream, know that is bonus content on top of the normal content I'm doing. That means that I would not been here anyway, because I'm working on stuff behind the scenes. Maybe I'm mowing my lawn. I'm taking care of my kids. I'm doing stuff like that. But battles are something that I can do. I can set my timer. It says, hey, in 30 minutes, come back and do it. And I'll do that. I'll mow the lawn. I'll be mowing the lawn. My alarm goes off. I'll come back. I'll start the battle, get the thing going. Then I'll do the thing. All right, everybody. And then I'll go back to mowing the lawn again. You got to take care of that real life, everybody. Take care of that real life as well. All right, let's do it. Let's get it down another refinery. There we go. Second refinery here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this nice and clean. So instead of running it there and then splitting it, we're going to split it nice. We're going to get it to come out here just a couple. And then we're going to rotate it. And then we're going to move it closer. Like that. Boom. Add a couple. 2 over. Rotate. Connect it together. That wasn't very straight. I think I put that other one out a little too far. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it works. It only matters if it looks awesome. All right, we gotta make sure that's lined up. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Hold on. I go to there and then 2 over and then rotate. Again, it has 0 effect other than it has an effect on you whether it's straight or not. That's the only thing that has an effect on. All right, there we go. Now we're going to split that in half. Now it's going to come out at 120, going 60 and 60. And that's going to be perfect because it's going to be producing a crazy ton of fuel. A lot. All right, there we go. That's going to crank that into there. It's going to do 80 fuel now. Into there. We need power, so we'll go ahead and run our power over here. Now, the funny irony of what we're doing right here is the fact that we're producing stuff that produces power to produce stuff, if you know what I mean. it's constantly in the process of perpetuating itself. And I feel like when you get to the coal in this game, that's when you've created kind of a perpetual power. We're not constantly, feeding it in with biofuel and all of that. And see, when I get about right here, this is when I want to start over again. I know I'm terrible. I'm terrible about that, but we're gonna go all the way this time. We're gonna go all the way to nuclear power and get that going. And we might tap every single node and go crazy, mega build up in here until they come out with something new, and then we'll definitely play a new playthrough because that's how we play. All right, so that's running out of there. Now again, we can go ahead and combine this together. Notice that we're going to use 2 of them into one, and that's because this one here, that one there is going to, that one's going to feed both, or feed an entire line of fuel. Then we want to go this way, rotate, and sometimes your brain's like not cooperating. Right there. This is too close. This is too close for sure. Now, I offset this one a bit further out, and that's because I'm going to need to take the stuff out of there, lift it up, run it into an awesome sink, which we'll do eventually. Okay, so that's going there. This is not in a good spot. Let's go ahead and fix that. Let's put the splitter in first. And then we're going to go ahead and put this somewhat off the splitter. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to make it perfect, go for it. Oh, just a little too close. Little too close, it happens. There we go. Okay. So now that's going to pump all of that excess fluid into here, and it's going to go really fast. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you're pumping it at double the rate now. Isn't it going to fill up the pipe and all of that? No, because this pipe can hold 300. That's its maximum flow rate is out of this pipe is 300. And this is only going to be 40. Right? So that's 40 and 80. It's not even close. Not even close to maximum thing. Now, of course, if you were doing a whole bunch of these, you would want to keep that in mind that it doesn't go beyond that 300 max rate. But that's more than enough. All right, so then this is coming out. Now, this fuel needs to go into some power units, and we're just going to basically make a straight line power unit, and we're going to split it up into 2 and 2 because that is the easiest way to do it. Right there. All right, I feel like we'll probably have to extend that a little bit further, but that's okay. Now we need our fuel generators. We want to turn them the correct direction. There we go. I feel like we'll just kind of set them back just a little bit there. Do that way, or do I want it to come down and just go that way? I feel like I want to offset that too to make it easier to do this. So then I could run that down the middle and then double split it. All right. So I'm visualizing stuff in my head while I'm doing it. What I want to do is I want this to end up where it's on the sideway here. So let's go ahead. Extend this out, press a little extra one down there, take that one back out, middle button there. There we go. Let's make this a little longer on this side. All right. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going to move this container over just so it'll be easier for us to split that. Watching the kind of white outline. There we go. That's not going to work. That's kind of not going to work because it's blocking my road. I don't like it. Second I don't like it, boom, it's gone. That's it. Nope, not going to do it. I don't want to block my road. Now, I could move the road, but I'm not going to. Ah. One of the drawbacks of being able to build so far away is that sometimes I bump my mouse is very sensitive. So I'll bump it and I'll build stuff while I'm running forward accidentally. I do it quite often. Happens to the best of us. There we go. Like I want to move this one out a little bit too. Alright, now here's another thing we can do. Just hit middle button and it will grab that generator and we'll make another one like that. Now, you already saw me doing this, so I'm just going to go ahead and get her done here. Bringing this out, rotating it, bringing it forward by 2. Bringing this out, lining it up, 2 that way, rotate. Yeah, this one will bring out a little extra. What that does, it gives it a really nice turn, right? It does like a really nice 90-degree if you move it just right. It just makes it look more aesthetically pleasing, not that it has any better function. So you just have that really nice 90-degree edge on both sides. And then we're going to do this. Well, maybe we can get away with not moving that. We'll see. We'll see if I like it or not. That's the most important thing. And then we'll connect these 2 pipelines together. Yeah, that's what I love about pipes, is the fact that it's so easy to split and merge and split and merge on that. We'll put that right in the center. And then this. Do not clip through my stuff. Oh, look at that. Look at that perfection. You know, sometimes you're just lucky, right? Better lucky than good. It is hot outside. I agree. Man, it's been 90 degrees where I was. I was outside, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to get up early to do my lawn, which I rarely do. Get up early before it gets too hot. I got up. It was already 78 degrees when I got up. It was like 9 o'clock in the morning. By the time I actually started mowing the lawn around 11 o'clock, to get my kids out there to help me and do all of that. We pick up sticks and all that stuff that's in the lawn. Get the lawnmower out. I'll do all of that. By the time we started doing it, it was 11 o'clock. It was literally 85 degrees when we started. And by the time we finished, it was 88 degrees. And then in like another 30 minutes after that, it was 90 degrees outside. And I was like, this is a terrible idea, but my lawn is getting long. So let's take care of business. All right, so that's beautiful. That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We got it going. Now, here's the ultimate test. Did we do it right? Let's find out. Let's go ahead and start up our power. I'm going to run all of these to the same pole, and you're like, Kismet, now you can't run another pole. That's okay, because we got the ability to upgrade the pole like that. And now we go ahead and tie it back into the rest of our power. Right there, and then I feel like it's already back chained, but you know what? Let's just create a little cross thing, just in case. Actually, over here, we could create a cross one, too. Good to have a little cross thing, just in case. There we go. All of those are fired up. Should be running very, very efficiently. There we go. We're up to 3,000 power. Very nice. We've got one oil place, a portion of the other oil place's power. We got our coal power up on the top, all working very, very efficiently. They are at the node. Notice I'm building stuff at the node. I'm not taking the oil and then running it up the side of the mountain all the way back over there. I have tried that at the beginning of this playthrough. I'm telling you, it's not worth your time. Unless that's your thing. You're like, Kismet, I want everything to pipe into the same spot. I don't care how much extra time and power and thing it does. Hey, it's your game. You play however you want. Me, I like to be efficient. I like to use the minimum amount of resources for the greatest return. That's the way I play games. I like that. Efficiency and efficiency both in resources and also in time. There we go. All right, that's done. That's GG. Nothing else I need to do. Always good to double check that your stuff is working, though. So you want to come over here. You want to look at this power and make sure that it is cranking out at full speed. It's at 15. Everything's looking good. Man, it's got so much backlog fuel. Look at that. Got like 50 backlog fuel in there. All right, now we got that going. Now what's going to happen very, very quickly, though, that's all done, is that we're going to need what's known as the awesome sink. All right, the awesome... Oh, and of course we don't have enough thing. Now this is going to turn off if we don't fix this, this part of it. So let's go back, get some more concrete, because ran out again. And then we'll come back and we'll work on the awesome sink, because we got to... What's going to happen is going to backlog some of that other resource. And when that backlogs all the way, it's going to turn that off. So this refinery is going to go off, and which means it's not producing fuel anymore, which means that it's going to basically stop all that production, which means it's going to turn the power off. And when it turns the power off, if we have our factory running, it'll turn our factory off. And all of our transport if we have it on the same line. Now, I'm under the idea of putting your transport all on its own separate line. And then doing your production there. You know, your power production and your transport in one line, and then all of your factory production where it's producing plates and all that other stuff in a whole separate line. And the reason why you do that is because, something's going on, you're running out of power, whatever it is. Oh, well, hold on, let me turn off my limestone and concrete production, let me turn off my plate production, let me turn all this stuff off so I can then kick my power back on so I can use my transport, which is why that's so vitally important. All right, over here, we want to go ahead and do a little work on this. And we're going to use our lifters. We only need to use our basic lifters. And we're going to turn that there. Tell me that's clipping. I don't like it to clip. That one I'm going to let slide. I don't like it to clip, but I'm going to let that one slide just a little bit. I feel like we're okay on that one. All right, we're going to take this conveyor, and we're going to run it as fast as we possibly can. And you know what? Let's use our stackers. Let's do that. Let's use our stackers to bring that right to there. And so we'll let's switch our set here to our stackers and mergers. There we go. All right, we'll bring that to there. And we'll just straight up merge it. I feel like that's a little too close. Let's merge it back here. Let's merge it in the opposite direction. That way, we're going to get away with that. Maybe. Maybe. No, a little too close. No problem. Take it out. Move it back. Get any further back here? No, belt is too sharp. All right. Change of plans. Change of plans. Oh, God. We're stacking up. We're stacking up resources. Too much concrete. Stacking up those things we're trying to get out of there. All right. Let's do it the other way. So we're going to go ahead and do our conveyor. And we'll do it that way. And then we'll go from here onto there. And then we'll do a merger there. Easy peasy. There we go. Much better. Into there it goes. Now they're both going to merge in there. Going to go as fast as they possibly can when you get to that point. And then we're going to try to sneak an awesome sink in here. Now again, I could take this and refine it into some other stuff. I'll try to tuck that that way a little bit. It's not on my road. But I feel like it's not worth it to do that because of the power it would take to run that separate factory. So we're going to just run it into the awesome sink. There it goes. And now it's going to perpetually run because it's just going to burn up all of this extra resources that we don't really need. All right. Speaking of, we don't have a way of feeding it in there. It's also good to put a container behind it sometimes so you can feed it stuff in the container and it can run it into the awesome sink for you. But I feel like that's good. There we go. So that is now perpetual. Nothing I need to do. I can set it and forget it, which is what I love to do. Did we get it done in time? We did. We actually have about 20 minutes to spare. So maybe we can get in a little No Man's Sky before we go. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like that's done. That's GG. Yeah, nice. And again, we're pushing that 3150. Right now, we're using about half that power. That's all set and ready to rock. All right, let's make our way back to our base. Then we're going to save, and then we'll jump into No Man's Sky real quick. just to collect our $500 million or whatever it's at. Maybe it's 200 million. I can't remember what it was that last time. We'll go collect that loot. Maybe put a few things down and we get done in time. And then we're going to get on the Kismet Love Train. How much time we got left on this battle? 11 minutes. Oh, that's going to work out perfect. And then we'll come back, do some more battles later. Up we go. All right, look at that. We made that whole thing today. We made all that power. We made all the lines. We made all that stuff. I feel like that was a pretty good day. Made some great progress on that power. It's going to allow us to build a lot more of our factory and get into the higher end building, which is what we'll do tomorrow. We'll start working on our actual factory. We'll work on our rubber. We'll work on our plastic. We'll run that back. Then we'll get our other lines going, our silicon and all that other stuff over there, or aluminum. Set it and forget it, everybody. That's what that is. Just set it, forget it. Just extracts, makes power. The powers run the extractors. The extractors make the power go a perpetual power. Still stuff we haven't even got into. Look, there's a node of limestone we haven't even tapped. So much resources we have yet to utilize. Okay, we're back from outer space. All right, so again, we'll get into our factory building next time. Should we run over there now? No, we'll do that next time. We'll do it next time. All right, let's go ahead and save where we're at. That sweet power. The sweet power. I like making funny save names. All right, there we go. All right, let's jump out of here real quick. Let's go ahead and bring a backdrop. We'll go ahead and exit out of there. We'll try to fire up some No Man's Sky real quick. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.